How are you all? Still very low? Energy is very low. How are you all? Alright, so welcome to DevFest 2022. How many of you are here for the first DevFest? That's nice. So how many of you attended the earlier DevFest? That's pretty exciting. I think like for a lot of you, I think it will be a pretty new experience. So I'm myself Varun, and I used to run GDG Chennai, and I run a company called Hello Next. And I'm also a Google developer expert. So I'll be hosting the event, at least for the track one, and we'll start with the welcome note, and then things follow as on. And you also have the agenda. So basically, whenever you want to swap, the tracks based on your preference of the talk, please free to do, free to do. And there's no restriction, like, if you come for the first talk and to stay for the rest of the event for the same talk, right? And let's get started. So I have, let me press my screen. Interesting Wi-Fi names. So we have a Twitter handle and hashtag for the event. So please feel free to post about the event, and we have some cool goodies for people who do the most creative posts. Cool. So I have the hashtag here. It's hashtag GDG India DevFest 2022. Sorry, 22. Right. So do like as creative as possible, so that we can at the end of the event we can do some sort of review and then have a goodie out of that. So welcome to DevFest again. How are you all? Still the energy is very low. I think I need to bump it up soon. So how many of you know me earlier, like before this event? Very few. Yeah, I think for a lot of people it's first GDG event, right? Like not the DevFest, at least the first GDG event. So I've been with the community for 10 years now. Like 2012 was my first DevFest and first event. Like most of you, DevFest was my first event, and that's how the entire journey started. So basically, since it's a decade, I want to have a look back. What have happened, and how many of you know what is GDG? Like what does it do, and Pan India, what does it do? How many of you know? Any hands up? Cool. I think a few people from GDG Salem as well. Right. So I'll give you a glimpse of what is GDG on the whole, and what have we done, and what has my journey been, and why I feel like this is very important for you to attend conferences, right? So I'll probably share my journey. So that is DevFest 12. That's how the GDG's DevFest journey started. GDG Chennai's DevFest journey started. So back in the days, we used to have GTUG before GDG was done, and you can see a person right next to me, Karthik. He started this community. I think back in say 2010, I guess, like 12 years before, and so from there we did a lot of events. So that was my first event. I was sitting somewhere here back in 2012, and as a volunteer, as a attendee, and that is a group picture. So right from then, I felt that this community has a lot of things that I can take, right? Like it has been like a lot of things to me. Today I run a company with people who I found in GDG Chennai. So that is how the community has been for me, right? So moving forward, after the DevFest, I started attending a lot of events. So we used to do this hackathon back in 2012 in SRM. Any folks from that period, that era? Okay, so that was right after the EHAC hackathon. Like that was a Guinness hackathon done by a security community, right? So that was when I started volunteering for GDG Chennai. I was in college, and that platform gave me a lot of opportunities to see how the industry actually works. So when I was in college, that was my kind of an escape zone. So whenever I have the weekends, I used to go for the community and made a lot of friends. I think, in my entire professional career has friends from GDG Chennai. So that's how important for me it was. And 2013 was the event. I was actually volunteering, and then we pull things. I have Somu here. Probably Somu, you can come on stage. Like we can probably share some experience, right? So 2013 was our very very important event where we spoke about AR. We spoke about distributed systems. We spoke about a lot of new things that the community has driven. Even we used to build an app for GDG Chennai.
We did the AR app. So usually we will get an GDG T-shirt, right? So on 2013 we did an AR app which will show an Android bot on top of the T-shirt when you scan it. So this was way back when everyone was trying out AR.
This was way back before Snapchat was not even in picture. So that's how the community helped us introduce. Not say like introduce, but share things that we thought that could be game changing, right? So moving on, 2014 was a very important. This event especially it was a very important moment for me because I was trying to get into this program. How many of you know Google Ambassador program, like Google Student Ambassador? Any student ambassadors? Cool. So I was trying to apply for it, and then I was parallelly volunteering for the GDG Chennai, and that's when I told Karthik saying that maybe I need to apply for ambassador, and then he told that we had other ideas for you. So that's when I actually was onboarded as an official organizer of GDG Chennai, and since things started to pan really well, a lot of events. Me and Somo did a lot of events. I think somewhere around 20 events in the next 2 years, I guess. Yeah. So fast forward, that was 2019. How many of you were there? 2019 DevFest. Yeah. Huge shout out. Nice. So that was we didn't know that we're going to go for a deep lockdown during that period. Yeah. And that was like the biggest DevFest that we did. 2019, it was in Hilton, and we had speakers across India, and it was a pretty good event. And that's when actually we met. I don't know where is he, but Abhishek, right? So we didn't know who will be the successor of GDG Chennai, and then that's when we met Abhishek, right? And we brought him into the team, and then a lot of things happened. COVID happened. A lot of tough times. COVID happened, but many things changed. We had global lockdown, work from home, and remote jobs and stuff like that. But we didn't stop. So that's something that very important thing for GDG Chennai, right? Like we have this community of people, and we want to keep pushing something, to make people aware about the technology and stuff. So that's when we did Dev Sangamam. How many of you were part of it? Like viewed it, listened it,
heard about it?
Perfect. Yeah. So I think Dev Sangamam was a good event because we brought it was much larger than DevFest but online, where we brought in speakers from different part of the world. Since it's offline, we don't have to pay for the travel, right? So we brought in a lot of people from different regions, and we had a 2-day conference, completely online, and it's still there on YouTube. So probably I can put a link to it in the end, so you can also watch it now. So Dev Sangamam was the last biggest event that we did, and then right now today we are here. So, what are we taking up with these events, and why do we attend it? What do you guys think? Like, why do you attend events? Any points? I think. Sorry, networking, food, yeah, food,
T-shirts,
swags, yeah, T-shirts, Domino's pizza, yeah, such a nightmare, man. So today we are not going to have Domino's pizzas. So.
You might miss Domino's today.
So what are the
monthly events for Domino's?
Yeah, we have a lot of monthly events. So we'll have a lot of news about it in the end. So as from my journey, I felt like there are 3 important things that why we do events, and we attend events as well. Like first part is learning. Like I didn't know AR before DevFest 2014, and I didn't know what is blockchain before DevFest 2016, I guess. And I didn't know what is cross-mobile platform before 2012 DevFest. And I didn't know a lot of things before GDG Chennai.
right? So GDG Chennai shaped a lot of, at least GDG, like on the whole, the program shaped a lot of things in my career. And I code, I code programs because I learned it somewhere in the community events. So that's how the community was to me. I think the same for Soma as well.
Yeah. So I attended one event which was for Android. It happened at MIT College, and GDG was hosting it. That's the introduction of Android to me. So this was like gingerbread time, and that's when I knew there is something called Android. And then the Galaxy Y phones, Samsung Galaxy Y phones came in, and that's when I started doing Android development. And then throughout 10 years now, I'm doing that as my full-time job. So that's how GDG has impacted all of our lives.
So how many of you watched matches, the IPL matches in phones or TVs or anything? So his code is running on there. So he's working on the player part of Hotstar. So that's what we get out of the community, like the learning part. And the networking part, that's most crucial, I feel, like, because we don't know who will you meet today, right? So I'm in one of the event, I met my next co-founder. I met my co-founder. I met friends like, Somu or Abhishek. I met in the events. And a lot of things happen. A lot of interesting stuff happens. You will never know. You might meet your next employer. You might meet your next co-founder. You might meet your next, peer programmer, colleague. We never know, right? So there could be people who are looking for hiring as well here, or people who could be, looking for starting a company. We have seen people start company from GDG Chennai, and a lot of stories we had, right? And finally, sharing. That is very important again. Like, you know something, you share it with your people, and you take it forward and share it with the globe as well, right? So with that note, I would like to have this conference started. So just please feel free to promote the event, at least for our visibility. Like, we need to put a mark on Twitter trending tab saying, we are doing a biggest conference in Chennai, right? So with that note, I'll let this conference start. And so the plan today will be like, we'll be having a series of talks, and, we'll have some fun activities as well in the middle. So we'll have some swags during that as well. And we could have some surprises as well. So just watch out for anything that is curious, and have fun for the day.
Yeah. So if you so both the tracks will happen parallelly. You can see the agenda on the website where you registered. Also, it is outside there. So you can feel free to switch tracks whenever you want between the talks. And let's get started.
So first talk, we have Mani. How many of you use Google Cloud or any cloud for that? Right, then you're going to be having a good time with Mani's session, because he is actually running the Google Cloud community Chennai. So he's actually from GCP background, and if you want anything to be sorted on the cloud part, he's a go-to guy for you.
Ask for credits.
Yeah, ask for credits. So thank you so much, guys. I'll leave the floor for Mani, and we'll get to start. We'll get the conference rolling. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Track. And what's happening in track 1, and you can switch around what is interesting to you.
So hi, I'm Twisha, and I'm currently pursuing my computer science, and I'm in 3rd year, and I'm a WTM ambassador. So just like how this is your first GDG event, surprisingly, it's also my first GDG event. So just like how you're seeing me for the first time, some of you, I was also seeing my co-host for the first time today, and some of the organizers yesterday. It was a very fun day. So, yeah, how many of you have attended DevFest before from here? So, what are your expectations from this DevFest compared to the last one? Anyone?
How many of you attended the last DevFest Chennai 2019? No one? Okay. Would like to share some thoughts? Your
No
experience?
sharings, come on, anyone?
Feel free.
So hello everyone. I attended the 29th DevFest, and it was my first DevFest at in-person event. I was surprised for first time. I saw people who loved from online learning, and they giving lot of informations and knowledges from instead of online, will seeing in person and sharing their experience, which is lots of enjoyment. And even the networking part is even more fun. We all we are connecting and sharing our thoughts even after meeting a first time. It was such a wonderful experience. After some everyone staying in the home for lockdown, this is another excitement day for people like us. Thank you.
Please give our friend a big round of applause, please. See, I don't like this kind of low noise and all that. I want it to be too loud. Okay? Let's see who's better, track 2 or track 1. Who's better? Track 1. That's cool. I'll introduce myself. My name is Naveen, and I've been with GDG Chennai for a couple of years now, 3 to 4 years. So I'm an active contributor, and professionally I work as a security engineer at Freshworks. So that's basically about me. So you have a lot of information. I think we're good to start, right? Cool. Before we get started, I'd like to thank our amazing sponsors, Evoltech, Moefficient Beta, Yugabyte DB, and obviously Google developers, right? So big thanks to you guys. Please give a big shout out to all of our sponsors. Awesome. So we'll get started, but before that, please do tweet, please do post on social medias about us. Let the world know that DevFest Chennai is happening. Let's get trending on Twitter, Instagram, whatever, right? You have the hashtags, hashtag DevFest Chennai, hashtag GDG India, DevFest 22, right? Cool. Let's see how many posts we are getting. Great.
So all the organizers here are allowed 2 hours of sleep and maybe 3 cups of coffee minimum. So we expect you to keep the energy up high because we will fall asleep for sure. So let's get started. So the first talk we have Juhi Singh, who's a developer community manager at Freshworks. Juhi has demonstrated history of working with tech and developers. She's skilled in community engagement, program management, content writing, and coding.
And Juhi has got a great co-speaker along with her. Her name is Vasundhara. She's a member of technical staff at VMware. She's a WTM ambassador. For those of you who don't know what WTM is, it's Women Tech Makers, another Google Developers program. She's an ambassador for her city, and she's also one of the organizers for GDG Lucknow. Okay? So we are very much excited to hear you guys talk. Looking forward. So the talk is Joy of Contributing to Community and Open Source. Over to you, Juhi and Vasundhara.
So, hello everyone. Until they fix all the technical issues, once again, welcome to DevFest. And I'll not ask how many of you have attended already or this is your first time, because I'm pretty sure you guys have already been asked a lot of times. So welcome, and somebody who had already attended, so welcome back. And for the people who are attending it for the first time, I can guarantee that you're going to have a great time. So today, as mentioned by our host for today's session, that we'll be talking about joy of contributing to community and open source. And I have my co-speaker with me, Vasundhara. So we'll start by our introduction, and I'll let her go first.
Okay. Hi, Chennai. How are you feeling today? Great. Even I am feeling great today. I was doubtful if I would be able to make it today because I had a very eventful day yesterday. I almost missed my train from Bangalore to Chennai and got into another train to come here. And I had to make it because this is going to be my first DevFest as a speaker. I have organized a DevFest before, but here Chennai makes it special because it's going to be the first as a speaker. The host had already given a great introduction about me. So yes, I work in VMware and I am the lead organizer at GDG Lucknow and a WTM ambassador. And in VMware, what I do is basically I work in Golang, Terraform, and I do the open source contributions there. So the talk is going to be about the same. And with this, I would like to give it back to Juhi.
Thank you so much. So, as pretty much mentioned, I'm Juhi Singh. I work as a developer community manager at Freshworks. And it's been 2.5 years since I have been with Freshworks. It's my first company and it's special. And before I start, what I would like to say is that I landed my first job all because of communities. So that's all. Because of that, this particular session and community, it's very special to me. And I'm going to tell you about the journey during the sessions. And what I can assure you is that if you keep contributing and participate enough into the communities, you're definitely going to get a lot of things out of communities, right? So that's all from my side. I'm also a WTM ambassador, and I lead the WTM Chennai here. And we'll just get started with our session. So I think introduction is pretty much covered. Now, we also covered how you're doing, but I would like to ask again, how are you all feeling, right? Because I remember last time when I was here for DevFest, it was 3 years back. That was my first DevFest, and I presented my first session also. So this is my second DevFest and second session. I'm pretty much excited. But I want to ask you how you all are doing. I can't hear it. Nope, because Naveen already said, right, we want to be louder. So I still can't hear it. How are you all feeling? Great, right? So the reason why I asked is that we all went through a lot during those 3 years where we wanted to go and catch up with our people, but we could not. We all had to manage and talk with all those people virtually on Zoom, and it was just too much to take in, right? So I think we all are very grateful for this moment, for all of us to be here. But then before that, I would like to start my session with a very nice quote, which I have been a fan of. So there is an immense power when people with similar interests get together to work towards the same goals, right? So what is that one goal you all are here? Anybody from the crowd? Networking? Anyone else? Learning? Anything else? Exploring, right? So those were some fantastic answers, but I'll also try to cover a few more things for which you all can be here, right? So let's move on to our next slides. As you would have noticed during my introduction and the first quote that this whole session is about communities, right? But what are communities? Why people are so crazy about it? What is even giving us to all those people who are coming here and, representing and being advocate of all these communities? What does community mean for you? Anybody from the crowd? Anyone? Yes, please, sir.
Currently working as a technical lead. So I started my journey in senior software developer from there. With community only we can able to grow because there are passionate of people who can help you out we can reach out the peoples where there was some use cases or something. We can directly interact together and get the information so that we can grow a lot. One community can make 1 year of learning actually. You can go for YouTubes and anywhere, anything. You can just have one community event. You can get more out of it than you're watching in YouTubes and other stuffs.
Perfect. Thank you so much for covering a lot of things which I wanted to cover. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? Okay. So I think he gave a very nice introduction, and he also covered that why we all should come back to in-person event post-pandemic, right? Because we all were already used to. Now coming back to communities, there are two types of community as we know. There are online communities and offline communities. Can anyone state few online communities which you have used and you're a fan of? Anyone? Online communities? No one? Stack Overflow, GitHub, Hashnode, and I think we all have used these communities at some point of our life, and I think we all are very grateful that they exist, right? But what is Stack Overflow community? Why it's so famous and why it's been so useful for all of us? Just imagine you asking a question but nobody is there to answer. So some of you said that you came here to learn, but community is not just about learning, but it's also about giving back. Because if you came here to learn, there should be somebody to help you learn that, right? So it's not just it's take and give, and that's what I wanted to explain with the community, right? So Varun already asked a question that why you all are here for today. Why you all are here for this DevFest event? Or for GDG? Somebody already said networking. There is any other answer which you would like to add? Why you all are here? Or one is that one particular session you are very excited about? Huh? To learn new things, right? So, what if I tell you that I'm going to remove the Google brand for this community? How many of you would actually show up for this event? You can raise your hand. You have to be very honest about that. You can't lie. What if I tell you that there is no swag after this whole event? How many of you would really attend this session? I can see less numbers. What if I tell you that there is no food for this DevFest event? How many of you would actually attend it? Very few people, right? But what I wanted to tell you is that DevFest or GDG is not just about Google brand, or is not just about Domino's Pizza or swags or great food. But it's about a place where everybody feel belonged, right? We all can come here to learn and then have that passion to give back to communities. So from this session, what I wanted you all to learn is that think out of the swags, think out of the Domino's, think about what you can actually contribute to the communities, right? Moving forward to the next slide, you all might have heard a lot of things about community, but then there are still few facts which I assume you might have missed, which I'm going to cover in the next slide. What if I tell you that community will help you have a healthier body? And I'm not making it up. I can prove that. How many of you believe coming to communities and contributing to communities can make your health happier? Just one person? Two, okay. So it's true, according to the research, the more you contribute to the community, so the human being is wired to giving back. So the more you give back, the more happier you feel. The more happier you are, the more healthier you are. It's basically meeting to new people, talking with them, networking with them, helps you reduce your stress. And these are research, like facts, and it's not just something which I'm making it up. So meeting new people on a regular basis, coming and contributing and helping somebody else would reduce your stress and make you feel more accomplished and happier, and that will help you become a healthier person. Now, 27% better chances of getting employment. And this is a true fact because I always call myself a product of a community, because I landed my first job all because of community. So currently, the job which I'm doing, DevRel in Freshworks, it's all about managing developer community, engaging with them, writing few sample codes, helping developers succeed in our communities. And where did I learn all these? I learned it from communities. The GDG was my first community, and that's where I started 3 years back. I learned coding with this community. So just because it has helped me, I'm pretty sure it can help you as well, but not by just learning, right? So I remember way back, my dad used to tell me that, you learn or you remember better when you teach somebody. So when you are just learning, you will remember, but when you teach the same thing to somebody else, there are higher chances for you to remember, right? So that's the one way why you have higher chance to get jobs. And also having a lot of volunteering activity into your resume is very impactful, because recruiters not only look for your skill, they also look for the other things which you do apart from your regular 9-to-5 jobs. So this could be another things for you to remember. Less women contribution. We all know that, we already have so many less women in all the field, but community is the field where we have lessest women contribution. And this is the fact which we might not remember for different reasons. And these sessions, these events, what we want to do is we want to promote or spread awareness about how women can contribute more. And for that, like it's already been mentioned from Google, we have Women Tech Makers program. And then there are a lot of other companies who do such programs. And this session is not me helping you out succeed your road into communities, but just giving you a bit of idea why it's important. You need to go back to Google and search what are the other programs which are being offered by different companies to help women succeed in this field. And I would request you all to do that. And at the end, of course, it makes you feel like you have more time, which might not feel true to you, but then you would remember, as per the scientific research, the more you do and the more you are accomplished, you feel that you can do more. And the time when you feel you can do more, that's the exact time you feel that you have so much time to do in this world, right? And that's how you start contributing more. Now, those were a couple of the facts, but then if I tell you that, please come and contribute to the community, but that's not how it's gonna work, right? You actually need to feel that why you need to contribute to the community, and for that, I have a couple of things that what you can get out of community, right? First is that companionship and expert to learn skills from, right? Just imagine you are a Flutter developer just getting started, and we're going to have a Flutter session in our DevFest as well. And you have somebody, expert who can teach you more about Flutter. You can go and connect with them during the networking session. What if the person sitting next to you is somebody who's also interested in Flutter? You both can talk and then take up some project, find the gaps in the field where you can build a product with Flutter, and that's how you can get started with your project. Next one is platform to share idea, either Twitter, LinkedIn, Stack Overflow, and then there are different online communities where you can go and share your ideas, not just platform. Even in the GDG, we have a particular session where what we do is we conduct a particular session where we ask people to share ideas, then we connect them with the mentors, and that's how they get started with the projects. Next one is mentors to support your learning. There are a lot of Google developer experts. We had Varun, who was a Firebase expert. We'll have Ayush, who's a Flutter. Then we had Sanju, who's an Android expert. And then there are a lot of people who are Google developer expert in different techs. All you have to do is just send them a Twitter DM or LinkedIn DM and ask for a help. And it's not that of a big deal. They might take some time because they have their own life, job, and things to take care, but I'm pretty sure that they'll respond. Next one is, it helps you connect with other people and help build meaningful relationships in community. Like Varun said, the whole GDG for us is like a family. And it's not, I was somebody who joined them back in 2019. They were already established, but then you feel very welcome. And then they're just open for you. Whatever problem you have, either a personal or professional, you can share. Or maybe networking session today, you'll find some new friends. So communities really helps you get meaningful relationships. But community is not just about taking, right? It's also about giving. So you might find some seekers who can get help with your skills, right? So I'm pretty sure there are a lot of professionals here, and then we have a lot of students. You guys can connect with each other and then see if there is anybody who can help you out with your final year project or third year projects, right? So that's how you build the whole communities. Now, just because I started with, it's very important that you contribute back to society. So when I learned something from GDG, I started learning coding, I became a more confident, I started enjoying stage, I started enjoying talking with people. But what if I have just taken and then, done, right? But what I did is I started contributing more, and that's the same thing I would request you all to do as well, right? There are a lot of other ways where you can do, and it's not just the logistical part where you can help some organizers, or you can write blog posts, you can do tutorials, you can just take session. For an example, this is your first DevFest, right? You learn something. For the next meetup programs, which we have it monthly, reach out to the organizers, tell that I have something to share and I want to take a session, and then they would be happy to give you that slot to present a session. And then, of course, start answering questions into the Discord channel or Slack channel, which has been there when people ask questions. But the most important is be visible. The project you work, the things which you are doing, make sure that you're going out and putting it somewhere. Because until you go out and put it, nobody is going to know what are you working on it. So visibility is equally important than the work which you are doing. Considering I have very less time, I'm just rushing it up. So what I would like to end this whole session is that leadership is not a position or a title, it's an act, an example, right? Not everybody could be organizers, right? Once somebody steps down, you get an opportunity and you get to learn. Now, if you would ask me, how do I get started with contributing and volunteering to communities? I cannot spoon feed you, right? But what you can do is, you can probably take 5 members from our community and start leading them, start helping them. Your work will automatically get recognized. And then later point in life, you will get opportunities to become organizers. But then to become a leader, you don't need to be organizers. What you need to do is just lead people. And like I talked, there are many ways to give back to community. Please start giving back. It will not take a lot of your time, just few hours from your week. But then you can start doing that. And thank you to everyone who's already contributing, because I know there are a lot of people who are doing it. So thank you so much. And with that, this is me, and you can connect to me over LinkedIn, Twitter, and Instagram to know more about communities and the communities you can connect to. Thank you so much. Over to Vasundhara.
Thank you, Juhi. So on similar grounds, I would like to add, even I am a product of community. I started my community ventures when I was in college. So I was the GDSC lead for my college. How many of you know what a GDSC is? Okay, so for those of you who don't know, GDSC is Google Developer Student Clubs program. It's like GDG for colleges, I would say. So I started back in 2020, and I was the lead then. But unfortunately, due to COVID times, we had to organize events online mostly. And then after I graduated last year, so it was like, what should I do now? So I came across with GDG, and I approached them that, okay, I want to start a community in my native city. And that is how GDG Lucknow came to form. So moving ahead, we'll have talked about community enough today. So let's go to the second part of it, which is open source. How many of you are aware of what open source is? Okay, I see all of you are. How many of you actively contribute to it? Okay. So I see around 8 to 10 hands who are actively doing it. For those who are not doing it, this session is about you, and for those who are doing it, if you feel that there is some input, please have it from here. One second. Slideshow. Yeah. Yeah, so I won't be going through the agenda here. It's pretty evident from there. I'll move forward and I'll give you the pointers on which I have come to talk about. So, open source, since we already know, all of you are aware of it. I'll move ahead on the contribution part of it, which is very important since it is the whole agenda and it is the crust of today's talk. So, where does the motivation in contributing to open source comes from? So, the motivation can be varied reasons. I'll be summing up in contributing and working with different people. Of course, they can be from the country, they can be from outside. So you get to network while you are actually developing your skills, first thing. So it's of course rewarding as you learn tech and build experience in just about any skill you can imagine. So not necessarily that you contribute in the field that you already are aware of. Just say, for example, I am a person who contributes, like I write code in Python, but I want to learn Golang. And I'm looking for like SDKs that are built in Golang. Okay. So I'll go search for things. I'll maybe see Terraform. I'll go to Kubernetes. These are things written in Golang. So I'll go there and I try because these are open source projects. And I'll see how can I learn better. I'll go through the PRs, I'll go through the design, I'll go through the basic README first, and then I'll start there. So, of course, with this comes no tech stack barrier. That is pretty much clear with it, that you can pass your stacks and okay. And there are things, there are projects that are built in multiple tech stacks, and people are aware of it. So, there is not necessarily one particular track that you need to follow. It's just on your motivation and your choice what you want to learn and what you want to contribute in. And of course, when you start contributing, you learn and meet people who are interested in the similar field. With the contributions, with the motivation to start it, there comes a lot of challenges as well. So challenges, firstly, the challenge is about good long-running reviews. So people who are actively contributing, I would just want to ask, how much time did your first PR take to get immersed? Anyone? I saw a couple of hands from here who are actively contributing. Sorry? A week. And how long was your PR? Yeah. Yours took 3. One line change took 3 weeks. Okay. Does it really happen in your day-to-day office work or your daily projects, anything? Like this kind of a thing, a line's change and you're taking 3 weeks to contribute. Not really, right? But yeah, it happens in open source because we have to maintain a particular level of code there. So that becomes a challenge because when it's long running, you try and you lose motivation there. But that is not where you should give up. And rejections in the beginning, of course, your PRs will get rejected and it won't be like you are getting unnecessary comments, you will be feeling low because of it. But again, it's all about continuing with that flow. So, of course, difficult to maintain the motivation that comes with the above 2 points and lots of unknowns. Since when you start contributing to a new field, you don't know many things, okay? All you have is Google to search and get things to be done. But there is no dedicated mentor who can guide you in a streamlined way. So that is your responsibility on whom to reach out. But there won't be anyone who would be assigned to you when you actually start contributing there. Benefits. So, of course, benefits are unlimited here. And of course, when you are contributing to open source, you get the visibility, you get to know new people, and with that visibility comes, okay, this person is actively contributing, and he's like, okay, I believe coding, competitive coding, all of this is good. But when you are actively contributing, people come to know, okay, this person knows this thing, okay. So that is how you get the visibility, you learn to write a better code because of the long running reviews, of course. So any small change required, you will have to do it. And then from the next time, of course, the time reduces eventually because you know you are not going to make the same mistake again. Improving existing skill sets and learning new skills. building public artifacts that help you grow a reputation, of course, and learning people's skills. So what happens is when you put up a PR, okay, you are getting comments, you're getting dedicated long reviews from the maintainers of that particular repository, let's just say. So how to handle those comments? Not everything you need to make a change to. For example, you had one particular way of writing, say, a logic, and the person is saying, okay, we can do it in some other way, but you had your own ways, saying that the time complexity or the space complexity of your particular logic is better than the way he or she is suggesting. So maybe you can give your point of view there, and that is how you learn to put your point forward. Okay, so this also comes with, of course, your building your technical skills, and helps game up the career ladder because you get the visibility, of course. So guidelines for starting this journey, I'll be very quick with this. So firstly is to know what, why and when. Of course, what to contribute, when to contribute, and why to contribute to a particular thing. I have been speaking on this since quite some 5 minutes now, so you know where to go. Finding the relevant projects. I would suggest personally, don't go for a new tech stack at first. It's your choice, of course, at the end of the day, but my personal belief is, if you are, for example, you're working in something that is using Kubernetes on the back end, and you're using those libraries, go start contributing to the Kubernetes open source, okay? There you would find very good first issues. You will find things to implement in documentation. You need not necessarily take a new feature to implement on. So just go check the labels of good first issues and help required. These are labels that you find on GitHub. Filter those things out, filter those issues out, and start contributing there. Actually reach out to the maintainers, the contributors who have done similar kind of things. Read through the PRs, read through the discussion on the PRs. That is very helpful. So that is how you would know what you need to do and how you need to start. And please try and join the Slack channels, the Discord channels, and their mailing list, which is very important, because that is how you're going to get updates regarding when they have a meeting. For example, they need to do a new release, and there are some important features that need to be implemented. And for those features, they have dedicated meetings. I believe once a week or twice a week, they have meetings for those. So just join those things and start attending those meetings, given your inputs. Even if you don't know anything, whatever comes to your mind, just put it up in the mails or in the meetings. Just do that, and that is how you will get a flow. Okay, how do you need to start? And asking for help, of course. Ask those maintainers, ask those people who have been contributing since the past, and connect with them one-on-one to start for it. Toughest hurdles to cross, of course, when I covered the part of challenges, the hurdles, of course, is there, which is the starting step, just asking people. I've already said it. If you want to ask me also how I started. I won't be covering that because we are very short on time. Project selection, which is very important. Try to go with the project that in which the skills are involved, which you already know for the first time. Then probably when you are experienced into it, then you can go for new skill sets as well. Understanding the project, which comes with reading the documentation available, the README files, the documentation folder, the PR comments, their mailing list. Go through the previous discussions, which is very important. That is how you will get an idea. And picking up areas and components of the project. Don't just go with I'll contribute here and there and go in a mixed faction. Just maybe check if you are, I would say, for an example, you want to contribute to the authentication part of a project. You want to contribute and check for the authentication. Just pick little features and focus on them for a while, and then move to the other features. And the key to contributing is time management and consistency, which is very important. Time management, of course, you need to contribute to open source apart from your daily job as well. So fix in some time and be consistent on it. Like you practice 2 coding questions every day. I believe most of you would be doing it. Just pick maybe half an hour, 1 hour to contributing to open source, and that is how you'll move forward. So these are some resources that I had used to put in the words that I have been speaking here, and also you can go through these. And there are some resources available on GitHub as well. And this is personally my, I have highlighted this project because this is the one I am working on, and I'm contributing actively on. This is the Terraform. This is our Terraform project. If anyone is interested in knowing Terraform or anything about Golang, please reach out to me. I have been working on it since quite some time now, and I enjoy it as well. Okay, since I believe if we have any questions, we can take one or two. Do you have any questions? I just had put it because I knew these people would want me to get down off the stage really fast because we are running late. Anyone with any questions? Okay, so I was right in putting this. Yeah, so thank you so much for having me. And yeah, these are my handles. You can reach out to me on LinkedIn and Twitter specifically. And please go ahead and reach out to me with your queries. I'll be happy to help. Thank you.
Thank you, Juhi. Thank you, Asundra. That was quite an insightful talk. What do you think about it, Naveen?
It was great. I was listening for a couple of while and heard a lot of stuff. About Juhi was talking about communities where you mentioned about, you teach somebody and you don't forget. That's really important. There's also a famous quote, right? Tell me and I forget. Teach me and I remember. Involve me and I grow. Right? This is very true about communities, right? You have to involve yourself, come together, build, learn, connect with everybody, so you grow mutually, right? That's all about it. And about open source, a lot of stuff were true. Look at good first issues, look at what, when, and why to contribute, right? A lot of stuff. So, Twisha, have you contributed to open source?
I did.
What was it about?
The first one was I just changed the documentation a bit, but yes, that's how I started.
That's amazing. Well, even I'm looking forward to contribute a lot to open source. I've not done much, but I will. Thanks, Vasantra, for that motivation. So over to the next talk. Next is about building faster websites with Astro. I'm not here to talk about what Astro is. I'll let Karthikeyan do it. So we have Karthikeyan here.
So Karthikeyan is a Microsoft MVP. He's a cloud-native architect, an amateur computer engineer. He's also published a book called Developers Road Ahead.
Well, I'm eager to listen to his talk as well. Karthikeyan, over to you.
Hi, okay, I think everyone can hear me. Start now. Okay, so I'm going to talk about Astro today. This is based on some of my experience over writing some code on websites. When we started creating websites, there was some problem. I'll just run through that. How many of you are a web developer here? Okay, so only from this end. Okay, somewhere there. All others are mobile. Okay, fine. Okay, all right. So this is like a simple concept I want to let you know. So it's more like this. So myself, I'm Karthik. I'm a cloud native architect, and I work on. I have like 17 years of experience in web technologies. So I've been working from the old Java, ASP.NET to now Astro. But it's all coming in circles. I'll explain to you what I meant by coming in circles. Okay, can anybody understand? Can anyone tell what this means? Using the wrong tool. Okay, what is happening right now there? Smash the screw, right? So what you need for that? It should be screwdriver, right? So that's what is happening in many places. So as a developer, this is what we do. So if I know Python, I'll think everything in terms of Python. If I know Go, I think everything in terms of Go. If I know React, I think everything in terms of React. And if I know Node.js, everything is Node.js, right? So that's what we do. This is what we have to get out of. So don't get attached to any one of the technologies you use. Why do we use technology? To solve problem, right? Basically to solve the business problem, correct? And for what? To make it as fast as possible, correct? So it has to solve the business problem. If you put right people, right tools, the problem will solve by itself. Is that right? So whenever we are trying to do something wacky in the code, what is the problem? Because we chose the wrong tool or the wrong technology. That's what will happen. Okay. So I'll put in Tamil words we'll say the kambi adikkiru solrala. There you do something and then you get into there's something called last 10% trap. Anybody know about that? Last 10% trap, it's basically an anti-pattern. Last 10% trap. Okay, so that's basically you choose some technology. 80% it will work to solve your problem. 10% you have to do something and then it works. The last 10% cannot be solved at all by some of the technologies you choose. Okay, so that's the last 10% trap. That is for every technology it has. And the problem you choose, you try to reduce that 10% trap as low as possible. So I'm going to answer that question here. Okay, so what is SPA? Single page application, right? So how many of you are worked on SPA, like React, Angular? Okay, cool. Okay, so how many of you created your content website also in SPA? Meaning your company website? Everybody who is not raising hands also does the same. So what we do is we use SPA everywhere. Single page application, we use either we create a React project or Angular project, right? So we don't do anything else. So that's not the right thing to do. So we'll see one by one what's the problem with SPA. So the problem with SPA is basically load time is too slow. Why? The initial load. So many pixels because everything has to be loaded at the first time, correct? So greedy loading, this is what means. Whether I'm using that part of the page or not, it still loads. Correct? That's why it is called single page application. You put everything in the single page. And it has lots of SEO problems. Who has actually gone through this problem of SEO when you do the React or Angular? Anybody? 1, 2. Okay, so those who have actually done some SEO based work, you will know the SPA frameworks is actually bad, but Google has optimized its way of getting that SPA into the SEO optimization, but still it's little bit of work you need to do, maybe activate your SSR and then go back to SEO. Okay, so I think it's very low, I didn't know. Okay, so can anyone tell me what this means? I'm sorry, really sorry it is like. Yeah. Yeah, good. Okay, so what is happening right now is whenever I see a script tag, right, the HTML parsing stops. Until the HTML is fully downloaded, nothing will be rendered. That's why you see the white screen. Okay, so that's why we use async keyword, defer keyword to actually worse than you put that script tag at the bottom of the page. You do all that, right? You remember that? Okay, so these are the problems that comes up. So the point is, okay, it's all fine, but still the page loads, right? Why should I care? So initial loading is fine, greedy loading is fine. Why should I care? Okay, so what if I build a website which is the first website that guy comes into this company to check out what my company is or buy something. Okay, the initial load is slow. What will happen is these are the percentage that will come out. If it's 3 seconds, 32% drops out. If it's 5 seconds, 90% drops out. Sorry, yeah. So the bounce rate increases by 106%. If it's 10 seconds, it's 123% bounce rate. So the people actually leave your site if your site is slow. So the first thing you have to do is, it's like if you want to survive in the business, you have to make sure your site is fast. Okay. So whenever you go for an interview to a company or you want to buy something, what is the first thing you check out? The website, right? So the first website should be faster. Is that correct? Okay. So do not use SPA for your content website. That's what I am trying to tell you. Okay. So this has come to a point where people are started thinking in terms of spa for everything. It's like that first slide we saw, no? Nail and hammer. Don't do that. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So that this is where the Astro comes in. This is basically Astro's content focused. It's mainly for content rich websites. So if you want to build some website which is extremely content rich, you go for Astro. It's basically a server first. The website runs faster. It's actually fast by default. They actually give you a promise saying that you cannot build a website that is slow. Okay, and then it's easy to use because it accommodates your own current technology like Svelte, Angular, React, your current technology knowledge, and then you can still build a Astro based site. Okay, and then it's fully featured. There are like 100+ Astro integration. This is the first thing you should know before getting into MPA and SPA. So mostly the average experience here will be 6 or maximum is 6, right? Is that right? You will all be less than 6 years of experience maximum, not as. Yeah. Correct? Is that right? Yeah. Okay. So most of the people will not know what MPA is. Anybody know what MPA is? Because it's almost like 6-7 years. No, it's more than 8 years. It has become SPA is the one tool which everybody uses. Okay. MPA is nothing but it's right now you have single page application with your page has all the HTML pages, right? So MPA is nothing but you have multiple HTMLs. Okay. And then I will just talk about this. So when you navigate to a new page, a new HTML downloads. Okay. But in case of SPA, what happens is when I go to a new HTML, do I go and hit the server? No. Why? It's already downloaded. So because you have downloaded all the pages initially. Okay. Yeah. So okay, what is Astro now? So Astro is basically an all-in-one framework, which is a MPA framework, which is not SPA. Okay. But it has its more different type of. I'll share this slide with you. It's not a problem. I'll just give it up. So this is Astro is unique for other MPA frameworks. Okay. Yeah. So this is the main difference. You have it is more like a Next.js where you have JavaScript in the backend and also in the front end. Okay, more like a Next.js. I'll just show you a demo what I mean more like the WebJS. So if you compare it with Ruby, PHP, Jekyll, and all other say ASP.NET pages, it's basically a different language, right? You put a JavaScript in front end, and then back end is basically some other technology. So it will be either at least a Node.js. So back end will be Node.js. This one Angular can be the back end also, right? So yeah, this we already spoke about. Yeah. So there is some new concept called islands in Astro. So there is I think next is better. I'll explain with this. So if I take a single page, what happens is there is an header, right? And there is a sidebar, static content, and then image carousel and foot static. The problem with if you have seen some pages, what will happen? The header will load and then it will all be blank. Have you seen that? Why is that happening? JavaScript, correct? So JavaScript actually is loading. That's why actually it has stops. With this Astro, what happens is everything gets rendered in the server and then only HTML is thrown. Okay. So one quick question: Do your browser understand Angular? Do your browser understands C#? Do your browser understands Node.js? Sorry, not Node.js. Any other programming language? What is that? Yeah, leave the web one. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Okay, but still it is all converted to different language, correct? Okay, so your browser understands only 2 languages. What is that? JavaScript and HTML. Okay, the fastest is HTML. Okay, so when you use Astro, what happens is you will be actually downloading everything as an HTML. There is no JavaScript. Even though there is a need of JavaScript, they'll try to strip away all the JavaScript you wrote into HTML. Whenever it comes from the server, it is only HTML. So what happens once the content itself is HTML? It loads faster. Okay, so what if I need JavaScript maybe for a button click, for some other navigations? That time what will happen is actually it loads only the needed JavaScript. It strips away all the JavaScript. When you see the JavaScript file after build, it will be 4 KB, 5 KB or 10 KB maximum. if you have taken Angular, how many are Angular developers here? Okay, so how big is the Angular file in JavaScript? It's huge, right? So that has to go off. So this when you have a file size which is 3 KB, 4 KB, you can save your business basically. So do not build any of your website, content-based website in what? Any SPA. Please to us. There are lots of like Astro. There are lots of frameworks available. Okay. So coming back to this, so there is no JavaScript in front end, the client side with respect to Java. Everything is a HTML. Okay, and then if you need JavaScript, it will be a very stripped down JavaScript. So the file size is too low. So I'll show you a demo. In interest of what I'll do is I'll just show you the command that is needed, and then I'll just take you to the source code directly. Okay, so this will take some time to download because of the internet and all that. So another command will be So this is your NPX which you need to put. Okay, so this is step. These are the steps. Okay, so now for React is straightforward. Svelte is also straightforward. But with Angular, it's only, I think it's 6 to 7 months old. React is already there. It started with React. Okay, fine. So this is how you do it. You run two commands, which is init astro, and then you run that npx astro add analog.js. This takes care of making your Angular to Astro based code. Okay. And then let me go to the source code. So if you are very familiar with Angular and React, this is actually easier. What it does is, if I create new project, this will be the one. Let me. So there should be a file called astro, index.astro. If you know Angular, it's basically that same way with respect to React also. So what I have done is, these are the files. I'll give you an example of this astro.config.js. This is the file which will build when you create a project, when you initiate an Astro project, and then This is the file you need to actually write. I mean, this comes in on, so you can write your own. If you know, React syntax is basically the same. It's not something different. You have to import your any files into Astro files or TS files. So Astro file is basically the inbuilt Astro based files, and TS is the Angular file. So what I've done is I've created a header component which has nothing but some div which says new blog post. Okay, and then now it's better. Once again. So things you need to remember is, first you need to install the analog.js, and then it gives you a folder structure like this. Okay, so this is basically nothing but your index.html, and then you can have multiple layouts, and yeah, hope it's clear. Okay, you have that, you can add components. So you have an index page and you can add multiple components. It's basically oops concept that comes in. You put your file into that. It's normal, regular okay, so I have given, this is, okay, I'll give you an example. So this is header component, whatever I pass it here will be printed. Okay, so this is, yeah, this is index.astro. I have imported this component here, yeah, and then I have actually added that component in here. Okay, so this is the logic that comes in, yeah, and then major thing is you need to change your TS config. I had a problem with this because if you don't if you miss any of the configurations here, you will not be able to load the header components because it will not know where to load from to convert the TS file to actual JavaScript file or the HTML files. Okay, yeah, and then yeah, that's it. That's the demo. Any questions here? Yeah. Astro natively supports? No, it does. Okay. What do you mean natively supports? You mean? Yeah. So it supports Svelte, it supports React, and on top of it you can use TypeScript. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So. So this is the site you need to go, astro.build, and then you can check out. Okay, so this is I'm just giving a huge shout out on my book. This is my book I have written regarding how to become an architect. If you are around 4 years or 5 years of experience and want to move a career from one level to the another, you can just check out my book. I have some books bought. If you want, I have a discount. I have some like couple of at least 5 to 10 books with me. I can give it in discount price. It's around $550, I guess, in Amazon. I'll give it to you for discount prices. Just contact me. I'll be hanging out somewhere here. If you, any questions you have? Any other questions? All right. Okay. I think I finished in time. First time it happened. Okay. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir. You can use this. It was here.
That was great. Thanks, Karthikeyan. Astro was new to me. I'm not a front-end guy. I do back-end. But this was kind of very interesting because one thing that caught my eye was no JavaScript in client. How cool is that, right? Very interesting. So I'm about to try that. What about you, Tvisha?
Alright guys, why is the energy so low by the way? So let's do it again. I say DevFest, you say Chennai. Cool. 1, 2, 3. DevFest.
Chennai.
I can't hear you. DevFest. Chennai. Still can't hear you. DevFest. Chennai. Cool.
Okay, so next
We have listened to Karthikeyan's talk and he has also spoken about his book, Developers Road Ahead. It's a really good book. I am yet to read it. Pretty sure I'm going to read it. And also to mention, Karthikeyan has generously bought us few books for giveaways. So you might be able to give somebody a few. But before we go to the next talk, how about some fun? We ask you some questions, you answer, you get some swags. Ready? Ready? I can't hear you. Louder. Ready? Okay.
Too bad a lot of them have left. They're missing out on the giveaways.
Yeah. I mean, like, I thought track 2 is the best one. I mean, come on, guys.
Sure about it.
Show the energy.
Giveaways only when there's energy, so please.
Only if I hear some noise will be, proceed next. Too low. I think we should skip the swags. Really. Anyways, why don't we ask our questions for swags?
Okay, so how long do you think DevFest Chennai has been organizing? Which DevFest do you think this one is? Any idea?
How many DevFest has happened in Chennai so far? 10 is wrong. 11 is wrong. Somebody said the right answer. 8. Who said 8? Awesome. 8 is the right one. So this is the 8th DevFest happening in Chennai. So it started in 2012 and it's happening for the 8th time in Chennai. Great job. So we have a very cool swag for you. It's sponsored by our one of our sponsors, Evoltech. So we have a smart flask for you. Everybody give him a big round of applause, please. But before that, would you also like to tell how long has GDG Chennai existed? Anyone? That's a very easy answer. More than 10? Okay. Let's add some difficulty to it. Who do you think are the very first organizers of GDG Chennai? No. Karthik is correct. Second one? No. Varun was after. Sorry? No. Who? Me? Do I look that old? No. Somu was after. Sorry? No. Karthi is right. No, not Swati. Not Abhishek. No, Varun and Somu was after. This is fun. Who said that? Who said that? No swags for organizers. Okay, somebody said Karthik. Who said Karthik first? Okay, we can give one to one person. Okay, cool. Please get one of the bottles, please. An applause for our friend, please. Louder, louder. I don't like this silence. You go. That's awesome. So I think it's time for the next talk. So we have heard about Astro. we are about to hear another framework. It's Svelte, and it's the paradox of choice. Also, interestingly, to let you know that DevFest Chennai website was made completely with Svelte. So, right, it's a really cool framework. So we have Rajshekhar to talk about it. Interestingly, me and Rajshekhar work in the same company. Rajshekhar works at Freshworks. He's a front-end engineer at Freshworks, and I'm the security guy. We don't deal a lot, but and also, funnily, we have met for the first time, and we have never, known that we existed. So yeah, and Rajshekhar also is an active contributor to open source and works on writing, mods for Ember.js. So Rajshekhar, over to you. Looking forward to your talk.
Thank you. Hello everyone. My name is Rajshekhar Chandran, and Vanakkam Chennai. So this is my first DevFest, and this is my first in-person conference after COVID. So I'm really happy and excited to see you all in person. And in this talk, I'm going to talk about the Svelte JavaScript framework and how it solves the right problems for the developers, without relying too much on third-party libraries and add-ons. So this is about me. I am working as a senior staff engineer at Freshworks. Freshworks is a B2B SaaS company, providing CRM solutions to different domains in business, like IT, HR, CX, and CRM. And I am passionate about open source. I love to build tooling in JavaScript, and I love to tinker with abstract syntax trees, code mods, and micro frontends. These are my social handles. I am Rajashekhar with a G_C on Twitter, and Rajashekhar on GitHub and Dev2. I occasionally write some blog posts on Dev2 also. Okay. So before diving into the topic, I want to clarify a couple of things. So this is not a React hate talk, and this is not a comparison talk about Svelte and React. So what we are going to really do is we are going to look at the problem of choices in the world of front-end tooling and how it really holds us back, instead of keeping us productive and optimistic. So why the JavaScript tooling is overwhelming? The front-end ecosystem is really overwhelming. We have lot of npm packages available in terms of thousands of packages are there for any purpose you can think of. Let's say, for example, take this for React animation there are 1K packages, and for CSS and JS there are 2K packages, and for routing in React there are 3K packages. This numbers and statistics remind me of an old Tamil movie comedy. I don't know how many of you relate to this. Okay, so a couple of years back, I started to audit the list of npm libraries in Freshworks in various products which are using React. Okay, and surprisingly, I found out that there is no consistent choice in the tooling across various products. A lot of products were using a lot of different libraries for the same purpose, and a lot of them were using outdated, bulky, and heavy JavaScript libraries instead of the latest and lightweight versions, because as a company you have less time and bandwidth to continuously upgrade or keep your packages up to date, right? And this is why the rapid increase in the number of amount of JavaScript packages and npm libraries led to a phenomenon called JavaScript fatigue. How many of you have felt this phenomenon, JavaScript fatigue? If you are a JavaScript developer, I guess you might have known. Okay, so it is like it's like a burned out state where you don't you have too many options before us. You don't know what to choose, which is the best, which is the better one. So those kind of things collectively is known as JavaScript fatigue. A lot of web development community has been recently talking a lot about this phenomenon in terms of blogs and conferences and everything. So let's talk about choice. Okay, so when you don't have choice in your life, life is almost unbearable. Okay, but when you do have choice, you become powerful and positive. We feel powerful and positive, right? And if the number of choices grows, the negative aspects of having a multitude of options begins to appear. Okay? And when the number of choices grows further, the negatives escalate until we become overloaded. Okay? At this point, the choice you have, no longer liberates you, but debilitates. It might be even said to tyrannize, because you have too many options before you to choose. And the quality of any option, right, cannot be assessed in isolation from its alternatives. One of the costs of any option, involves passing up the opportunities that a different option would have afforded. And that cost is called the opportunity cost. So if you choose one NPM library over another, if you choose one JavaScript package over another, there is a opportunity cost involved, right? So every decision you make have opportunity costs involved with it. Even decisions that appear to be no-brainers have the hidden costs of the opportunity, of the options that you were declined. And this brings to us something called the paradox of choice. Okay, we choose a tool to solve a particular problem. Okay, but choosing the right tool to solve the problem is a totally different thing. Okay, when it comes to JavaScript frameworks, most of the frameworks solve a particular set of problems. So, but in reality, there is no one framework that solves most of the problems. And most of the frameworks create more problems than it solves. So that leads to us to the phenomenon called paradox of choice. Okay, so we are going to take a look at how we can overcome this paradox of choice by having a very limited set of options before us, and how to choose wisely, what to do. So that is the the crux of this talk, and where Svelte plays in that part is what we are going to look at. So conventional wisdom is wrong. So more is not more, more is less actually. So in other words, when you have more options, when you have more choices, it is actually less satisfying. Okay? So there are two types of problem solvers in the world. One class of problem solvers are known as maximizers. They seek and accept only the best solutions. The other type of problem solvers are called satisficers. Those are people who are willing to settle for a good enough solution. Okay? No one is an absolute maximizer. Nobody is a maximizer in every decision. And probably you are a maximizer in some decision. Okay? So all things considered, the best you can do is to satisfice, to settle for good enough. Okay? So let's settle for a good enough framework. Let's settle for Svelte. What is Svelte? Svelte is a front-end JavaScript framework. Svelte is a radically new approach to building user interfaces. Unlike traditional frameworks like React and Vue, which do bulk of the work in the browser, Svelte shifts that work in the compile step. That is when you build an app, when you compile your application. Okay, it doesn't use any techniques like virtual DOM diffing, but instead it surgically updates the DOM whenever the state of your app changes. I'll show it how. Okay, and Svelte promotes HTML first thinking. Okay, so Svelte is based on battle-tested technologies like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Svelte helps you to build components within a single file, okay, without sacrificing the separation of concerns. You know what is separation of concerns, right? It is to have separate functionality or logic or technology in separate places, right? You have HTML markup in the HTML, dynamism and behavior in JavaScript, presentation or formatting in CSS. Okay, so that is what separation of concerns is all about. Okay, Svelte having building a component within a single file, it helps you to preserve those separation of concerns. I'll show how. And it helps you to build components in a more declarative manner. Okay, it's not like okay, I'm not supposed to compare React, but let me give you an example. So in React you use something called use state, right? Hooks. So where you get a state and a state update function, but the state update doesn't happen automatically. You have to call the state update function to mutate the state, right? But in the case of Svelte, it is not so. It will automatically update the state, from wherever you want. So, we are using our tools to solve some problems, right? But are we focusing on the right problems in the first place? Okay, so when we solve a problem, we focus on the problem alone, right? Not on the problems that don't exist. The need to see a problem embedded in the context of other problems rarely appears. Okay, so what happens is we are always giving far too much attention to relatively unimportant problems, or we either overlook the truly important problems, or we fail to assess them properly. Okay, so this realization that we are attacking the wrong problems is, makes us more uncertain. So in the world of front end, okay, when you are choosing your tool, when you are choosing a library or a JavaScript framework, I think these are the right problems to focus on. Okay, so your bundle size, your performance, the dependency bloat, the conciseness, code clarity, cognitive overload, choice overload. So these are the right problems to solve. Okay, and let's see how Svelte as a framework solves these problems in the right way. Okay, so before that, I already told about problem solving and choosing problems, right? So these two are basically the major irrelevant criteria on which we humans, try to solve a problem. Normally we'll try to, solve the problems which are obvious, or we try to solve the problems which is based on our competency to solve it. Okay, so I want you all folks, the next time you are choosing a particular problem to solve, think about these two criterias, whether you are choosing on the criterion of obviousness or whether you are choosing on the criterion of competence. Okay, so it is important to solve the right problems than just solving the problems before us. Okay, so these are some of the right problems that I can think of that is solved in a right way by Svelte as a framework. Okay, so the first is like promise handling in templates. How do you handle promise states in your templates in a declarative manner? How can you have directives and data bindings for your HTML elements? How can you render your component children? How can you render multiple children within a component? How can you have self-rendering components, the component that renders itself? How can you have dynamic components? How do you manipulate your document head tag, the title tag? How can you add event listeners to your HTML body element and window element? So how can you have scoped styles and global state management and animations? So let's start with the promise handling in templates. Okay, so promise handling in templates is one of the general use cases in terms of front end, because normally you deal with a lot of asynchronous requests, right? So you need to capture the different states of your promise. A promise can have a fulfilled state, a rejected state, or a pending state. Okay, so what the Svelte does is it has something called await blocks. Okay, so the await is kind of a template helper, just like you've seen in other front-end frameworks or any other templating languages like handlebars or something like that. So these template helpers will listen to different states of your promise, and based on that you can render different content in the UI. Let's see with an example. Okay, so I am clicking on the generate random number button. On the on-click handler, I am passing a hand-click function, which is a asynchronous function, which is actually returning a promise. The promise could return the success state or the error state. So based on the success state or error state, I render the content. If it is an error, I render the error message. If it is the success state, I will render the random number. Okay, see the conciseness of the code here. Okay, there is not much. It's very clear, it's very clean, and I think it's more elegant way of handling promises within your templates. And it is provided by default in Svelte. It is not using any third-party library or anything else. So the next thing is how to have directives in HTML. So directives are first introduced in AngularJS, I guess, right? You have little attributes in your HTML markup where you can pass in functions or values. So that actually modify the behavior of your elements, right? You can have data bindings in your HTML using directives, or you can bind events to your elements. So this is an example of directives. The on-click is a event handler directive. On-click event, you are calling that function handle click. And then you can also have modifiers in addition to directives. I think a lot of Angular developers, I don't know, from Angular 1.js, this was the the established pattern, I guess. So Svelte, keep bettered on those directives for for more declarative manner of handling events. Okay, so here in this form event, what you're doing is you're handling the on submit event and your prevent default. So that's like kind of a modifier which will by default prevent the default submit event. You can chain any number of modifiers like prevent default, stop propagation, stop immediate propagation to your list of directives. Okay, and these are data bindings, two-way data bindings. So you can bind values for your form components. In case of text input, select boxes and text areas, you can bind the value property to a state variable. And for checkbox, you can bind the checked property, and for radio button, you can bind the group property. Okay, similarly for files, you can bind the file property. Okay, this is data binding. And how do you render children in inside components? Okay, so Svelte provides something called a slot element. Okay, so where you can override the markup within your component, it's just like a placeholder for your children. Okay, so as you can see, the widget.svelte is a component which is exposing the slot element and the fallback content. So here in the first version, you're using the fallback content, and in the second version, you're just overriding the markup. This is how you render children in Svelte components. Okay, so the slot element is interesting one. The slot element is actually part of the web component specification. They introduced the slot element to override the HTML markup for your components. So Svelte piggybacked on the slot element to render its children. Okay, and how do you render multiple children inside your components? What I mean by multiple children is, let's say for example, consider a model dialog. So where you can have different sections, header, footer, body and everything, right? So you want to provide different content to different sections. So with Svelte you can do that, something called named slots. So how does it work is like, you give names for your slots. Let's take an example. So you give a header for the top slot and footer for this bottom slot, and the in-between content is your default fallback content. And this is how you override it. Inside the, your container elements, you use an attribute called slot header, slot footer, and appropriately those two things get rendered in the placeholders defined earlier. Okay, so this is one of the not major problems, but I think every front-end solution doesn't give much importance to this problem. Once the frameworks came in, we normally don't give listeners for body, but when you building real-time applications, or when you building applications for users, listening to body events becomes a necessary thing. So how does Svelte does that? So Svelte has got a default element called Svelte body, so where you can have directives and some use directives for your event handlers as well as data bindings. So let's see with an example. So this is an example for binding the mouse enter and mouse leave events for your Svelte body element. And on the above script tag, I am handling the events. I'm just setting a state variable here, kitty false. When you mouse enter, it will be true. When you mouse leave, it will be false. Okay. So based on that, the markup, the content, the kitty image will appear. So remember I told you about, Svelte was piggybacking on, established technologies like HTML, CSS and JavaScript, right? So this is a Svelte markup. As you can see, you have script tags, you have all the HTML elements, and in addition to that, you have Svelte body and built-in elements, right? So this is a valid markup, valid HTML markup, okay? Once the HTML, the browser doesn't recognize the Svelte elements, it doesn't do anything, it just ignores it. But whatever the other things the HTML can understand, it will just render. So the thing is, the point I'm driving here is, all valid markup are Svelte components, and all Svelte components are valid HTML. Okay. Okay, so how do you render dynamic components? So most of the time your frameworks, might not have the default option of rendering dynamic components, or some of the frameworks gives you a hacky solution which is not clean and scaled, right? It's clean and scalable. So Svelte dynamic component rendering is very straightforward. You use the Svelte component. There is a built-in component called Svelte component. It takes this attribute, this property. You give the component reference to this property. So let's see with an example. So here I am rendering a dynamic component based on the selected value in the select box. If it is red, I will render the red thing component. If it is blue, similarly. So as you can see here, the last line, the Svelte component, this equal to selector.component. This is the only thing you need to do to dynamically render your component. So you just collect the component references and you give it to Svelte component. Okay, isn't it easy? Okay. Okay, so how do you render, self-rendering components? What I mean by self-rendering components is that component renders itself. You are recursively rendering components. Okay. So this is an example of a typical use case, right? When you are rendering a file folder tree, you might have a nested data structure, right? So you have to render the same components within the same components again and again. File inside folder, folder inside folder, something like that. So with Svelte, it is very simple. So all you need to do is use the Svelte component. I'm passing it the file parameter there. So this is a simple, structure. As you can see it, we are just looping over the list of files. We are checking whether the file type is a folder. If it is a file type is a folder, we just render the same component. So this is actually the component code for the folder component. Okay. If the file type is not folder, you render your file component. As simple and as easy as that. Okay. Okay. So what about scoped styles? What do you mean by scoped styles? So CSS and JS, right? So style components, emotion, a lot of CSS and JS libraries. What is the purpose? What is the problem they are solving? They are solving the problem of having global CSS. Your global CSS have specificity problems, cascades, overrides, a lot of problems they were created with global CSS. But CSS and JS, writing CSS and JS solved those problems by localizing your styles default. Your styles are localized to the component you write, so that the global styles won't penetrate into the components, your components, right? You have some solid, strong encapsulated styles. That is what scoped styles is all about. And Svelte does that by default. It doesn't use any third-party library. It doesn't use any style components or emotion, something like that. So Rich Harris, the creator of Svelte, said this thing about Svelte, a UI framework that doesn't have a built-in way to add styles to your component is unfinished. So how do you write styles in Svelte? As I said earlier, you just use your plain old style tags, CSS. You can use the global modifier, or you can just simply define your styles. If you use the global modifier, it will be generated as a global style. As you can see on the right, the body is a global style. And if you use normal CSS selectors like class names, element names, ID selectors, whatever, it will be scoped by default. How Svelte does that is it adds a hash value based on some algorithm, based on your CSS selector, and it will automatically scope that class name, generated class name. Okay, so by this way, this p tag style will not affect any other p tag in your page or any other component, something like that, because it is locally scoped by default. Okay, so how do you manipulate your document head? So why do you want to manipulate your document head, right? In case of, let's say, you want to dynamically inject your CSS, let's say you want to dynamically inject any theme CSS files, dark mode files, something like that. Or you want to dynamically insert some script tags. Or whenever you change from one route to another route, one page to another page, you want to announce it to the screen reader, accessibility, right? You need to change your title. Then only your screen reader will pick it up and announce it to you. Hey, you come to this page, you come to about page, you come to contact page. Okay, so that is one of the most neglected aspects of web development, I guess. Nobody, I don't say nobody. Most of them cares about it, but very few people don't give a lot of importance to accessibility, right? So how do you manipulate document head with Svelte? So you just need a Svelte head element. You just put this element and put whatever inside the head element in your components. When that component is rendered in the DOM, when that component is mounted, automatically this style sheet will get injected. Okay? And how do you manipulate the window object? So why do you want to manipulate the window object? To want to have to listen to global events, right? Events like scroll and those kind of stuff, right? So let's see with an example. So here I am scrolling the window and I am displaying the how much pixels I have scrolled vertically, right? So here in this code, as you can see, I've used the Svelte window at the top, and I am binding the scroll y property of the window, right? The scroll y property of the window object. So it is binded to a variable called y, and I'm using it in the markup here. You have scrolled y pixels. Okay, so it's just simple. So I of course I have omitted a lot of code here to make it readable, but at the at the script level, it is just manipulating and calculating the scroll y values based on some algorithm or some function, something like that, and displaying it in the UI. So the point is, it is very simple and easy to bind events to window object using Svelte. Okay, this is an interesting part. So managing state globally in your single page applications is the most challenging thing for any front-end developer. There are countless libraries out there for this. You have Redux, Redux Saga, Redux Punk. What is that? A lot of libraries are there. Okay. So in Svelte, we use something called most of the libraries, works like this. Underneath them, they have a global store object, right? And you manipulate the data of the store object. So that's how you propagate your state changes across components. So Svelte has got something like Svelte store. Okay, there are 3 types of store in Svelte: readable, writable, and derived stores. This is an example of a writable store where you can mutate the data, the stored data actually. Okay, in a readable store you cannot mutate it. It's just like immutable data. Okay, so what you're doing here is we are just setting up a count value with a writable store and just mutating it in our components. Okay, we have 3 components: incrementer, decrementer, and resetter. Okay, where you just update the count value. You just increment or decrement. So this is the writable store, and this is an example for a readable store where you don't mutate the data. You just listen to it and render it. So you're just using the time date value here in the readable store and using it in the templates directly. And this is a derived store. The same example which we saw previously, we are just deriving a new value, the seconds elapsed from the readable store time. Okay, so there you can see the derived and readable, and here is the elapsed derived store. So we are just rounding off the value and divided by 1000 seconds. Okay, so all these things are inbuilt inside Svelte. So it is part of the standard Svelte library, Svelte store. And what about animations? Animations became a crucial part of your UI, right? It enhances the richness of your experience for your users, right? A UI product without animation doesn't look good or doesn't feel good, right? So in Svelte, you can animate your components or elements using the built-in animation utilities like Flip, and you have a lot of animation libraries like Svelte Animate, Easy, and a lot of things. Okay, this is an example. So this is a small to-do list where you animate the user interactions and the state changes. You use the default utility functions of Svelte using transition and animate. So there you can see the animate function. Okay, so Svelte is known as the disappearing JavaScript framework. Why disappearing? Because it doesn't have any runtime context in the browser. It doesn't have a runtime in the browser. Whereas other frameworks like React or Vue or anything else, it does have a runtime. Without the runtime, your application code won't execute. But in the case of Svelte, it doesn't need any runtime in the browser. You don't need to download any framework code. All your code is compiled as your application code and sent to the browser. See, that is one of the greatest strengths of Svelte. That makes it more performant. So that's why, you know, Svelte just gets out of your way. It is a framework that gets out of your way. It doesn't, you know, stop you from doing anything. I mean, it doesn't give you any performance cost in the browser or something like that. Okay? So any framework that gets out of your way is far better than any framework that hinders. So what are the takeaways I want to have, you know, in this session? So the first one is, so we would be better off if we embrace certain voluntary constraints on freedom of choice instead of rebelling against them, instead of fighting for different JavaScript frameworks, different JavaScript solutions. You know, we need to have some voluntary constraints and choose a good enough framework instead of the best. What I mean by good enough is, it is helpful to achieve your goals of your developers and your teams. Okay? And lower your expectations on the decisions you have made. Try to make non-reversible decisions. And pay less attention to what others around us were doing. This is important mistake people we tend to do, like what others were doing. So can we? They are using React. Can we use React? They are using Vue. Can we use Vue? So you know, everything revolves around something called, you know, contextual sense. Contextual sense means with the given context, what is the reasonable choice you can make? What is the reasonable expectation you can have? So if you base your decisions on the contextual sense, then I think it will be satisfying for you and it will be easy for you in simply enjoying life. Thank you. Thanks for your time. Thanks for listening. Bro, any questions? Okay. So I don't like asking questions, but how many of you heard about Svelte or using Svelte? Okay, 1, 2. Okay. So as Naveen mentioned, I think if you have seen the event website, our event website, right? So it is written in Svelte. It is actually using Svelte Kit. It's like a meta framework built on top of Svelte, just like Next.js, Gatsby, or something like that. Okay. So if you want to learn more about, you can go and check out the code, I guess. I came about that yesterday only. So I would have gotten some examples from the website code itself. It's okay. Okay. Any more questions? Okay, thank you.
So நான் லைவா டிசைன் பண்ணும்போது பேசணும் இந்த மாதிரி நான் பேசுறேன் நீ சொல்ல நான் பேசுறேன்.
Thanks Rajshekar, that was really great about Svelte.
எனக்கு தெரியாது.
Obviously I liked Svelte the very first time I used, that was for DevFest website. So a little bit of shout out. So the DevFest website you see, right, was designed by Sanjay over here. A huge shout out to him, please. He laid the foundations of the website very fast and quickly. So that was Svelte. So we were able to, create a website real quick with a framework, and I liked it. Not being a front-end guy, I liked it. So you just imagine about it, right, Trisha?
I have a request here. So please go and talk to the speakers, grill them with your questions, ask them about their roadmap and how they've accomplished so much, and what you could do, to, maybe not follow the roadmap, but just ask them about what could be done. And a lot of you are sitting around with your friends and stuff, so I request you all to network with other people. Just go randomly, say hi to someone. No harm. It's majorly, well, not majorly a networking event, but that's also the point. So please do the same. So next we have
before that, do we have any questions for them? I might have a request. We don't see any lot of tweets going on, so why don't you guys make some tweets?
Properties completed.
Tweeted. We don't see a lot. We are expecting a lot. You know that we have giveaways, right? So please do tweet. Hashtag DevFest Chennai.
Yeah, please tag everyone.
True false boolean.
Take pictures of the speakers too, I guess.
Yeah. Take pictures of us. Take pictures of speakers. Post.
இங்க toggle இருக்கு.
please do that. So that's a request. And another announcement is also that before lunch when you go, please make sure to go to the registration desk if you haven't before you came in, right? If you haven't checked in, please go to the registration desk and check in first before going for lunch, right? So please do that. Great. Over to the next talk.
Next we have Somasundaram Mahesh, who's also an organizer. So can we have a round of applause for that? So he's a mobile developer at Disney Plus Hotstar. He's been working with the Android since his college days, and now has been like over 7 years into Android. He's also worked in multiple startups and works on his own apps for over 3 years. And he's currently working with Disney Plus Hotstar on the Android player team for the past 1 year. So over to you.
And also to mention, Som always runs north and south for all our meetups and conferences, supports us in all possible ways. So a huge shout out to him. Som, we're looking forward to your talk. We know it's going to be great. So yeah, over to you.
Hello? Yeah. So, hello guys. Hi. Hello. So, yeah, myself Somasundaram Mahesh. So, I'm an Android developer. And how many of you are Android developers over here? Nice. Okay. So, how do you write your code? Java, Kotlin? Kotlin. How many of you use Kotlin? 100% Kotlin? Without XML? Without XML? Jetpack Compose. Okay. So that's nice. So today what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how to create UI components and how a designer will create an UI component and how the Jetpack Compose can just pull it in. Okay, so without writing any code, all the components that are developed by the designer can be imported into the Android Studio as Jetpack components. Okay, Compose components. Clear? So we will be trying out first on Figma. We will create some components and then we will import it into Android Studio and run it into the app. Okay, so have you seen this before? Creating a component on Figma and importing it into an Android Studio. Okay, so this was announced 2 weeks back. So Android, as you know, we have to catch up very often. Most of the things keep on changing. And so this happened, so when I submitted the talk, it was on Jetpack Compose, then this new plugin came. So basically we are going to do this with a new plugin called Relay. Okay. So this plugin, we will install it on Figma and also on Android Studio. And then we will just copy paste the URL from the Figma URL and into Android Studio. And magically, the Relay plugin will bring all the components into our Android Studio and we can start using that. So I don't have any slides. So it's going to be completely a live demo. Okay, so I did yesterday, it was working well, hope it works now, it will work well as well. So I'm not a great designer, so I just learned Figma just after Google announcing this. I wanted to learn some things on Figma. I did an to-do app, it was very basic. So then I thought maybe it's good to have a designer as well. Who is also a developer. So I thought Sanju will join me on the stage to do the Figma designs and then I will switch back to the development code. Okay, so that's how it is going to work. Sanju, can we have you? So we have some difficulties on the laptop, let it get fixed. So you know how Jetpack Compose works, right? So without writing any XML code, we will write everything on Kotlin. It's a declarative UI. So we will. So if you want to write a text, we will quickly write it as a text, and the UI will be there. Okay. So let's get started. Okay. So we will open a new Figma file. Let's create a new Figma page. Okay. So yeah, so we have a page. Let's try to do an to-do app. Okay.
Connect this so that we don't have. Oh, you have to type. So you can come there, you can handle it from there, and he'll do the.
Okay. So Sanju will code from there, okay, and I will explain you. Okay. So basically, we will create components. So on Figma world, there are components, right? How many of you are designers over here? Okay. So you know how do we create a component on Figma, right? So we have multiple elements and we group them together and call it as a component. And then we have something called variants. So we will have an variant of it. So basically we will do that. So let's create an canvas. So we are going to create components in this page. And we are naming it as DevFest 2022. So we are creating a text. And we are going to have an description, the title and a description. And let's also remember to name it. So we have to name every frames that we create, because on Jetpack Compose, when we import, all of these names will be used as a reference. Okay, so we also have to be careful that we are not using the duplicate names for multiple components. Okay, because this is going to be the component name on the Android world as well. Okay, so yeah, now we have a nice title and a description. So yeah, we have all of these, and let's quickly create this into an card. Yeah. So we have it. So let's also give some radius to it, and okay, so now we have duplicate of it. So basically, let's say we have a state or something. Okay, so we have two variants to it, and let's give it a different color to identify. So right now it's not a component. We haven't converted it into a component. Okay. Yeah. So we have renamed everything. And now we are going to select everything, and we are going to convert it into multiple components with the variants. Okay. So now if you see in our component, we have a component called card, and inside that we have multiple variants to it. Okay. So we are renaming the variants to different names. Basically, the properties are getting renamed so that we can call it in our Android Studio with multiple states. Okay. So we are creating a component property. called idle. Okay. So we will quickly. So this is a plugin. Okay. So this is a Figma plugin. Okay. So Figma plugin called Relay. So once you open this, once you click on a component, this create UI package will appear. Okay. So once you click on the create UI package, we will see the things that are going to be exported. Okay, so on a summary, we are just writing comments for the developer to understand what is it going to be. And then our card layout has three things, right? One is the state, and the second one is the title, and then the description. Okay, so we are going to add parameters. So we are clicking on add parameters, and we are going to click on the component. The first one is the text. We will select that text and say that is a title. Okay, and then we will select another text view, which is the description, and rename it to description. Okay, so we are good over here, and now let's quickly have an on-click listener as well. Okay, so that the user taps on it, maybe we can show a toast or change the states probably. Okay, so we will rename that on-click as a on-click card. Okay, so basically we are renaming all the parameters. Okay, so since this is done, we will share this with the developer. So how do we share this with the developer? We will just click on save. So basically we have to maintain version history, right? Because we are going to give it to a developer. You cannot quickly do a change and call it a day. It might affect him. So we will maintain versions. Okay, so we are going to create the first version, and let's add the version name and save it. So now let's get the URL. Yeah, so we have saved the version. Okay, so this is going to be the first version. So now we are copying the link, and now we have to give it to the developer. So now Sanju becomes the developer. He will create a new Android Studio. Android Studio. Close this project. Yeah. New project, and empty compose activity, and let's name it as DevFest Chennai, and finish. So we are quickly getting things. So yeah, so we had Figma plugin, right? So same like that, we are going to have an Android Studio plugin as well. So I have already installed the plugin on my machine. Okay. So that will work. Okay. So we will quickly see that plugins and Relay. So we have Relay for Android Studio, right? So I have installed this plugin. Okay, so we have created a new project, nothing fancy, and we have installed the plugin. So now we will have to give an key to the project. I think the key is already saved. We can directly import the UI package. Import UI packages, and here the designer has given us the Figma link. We will paste that link, and we will say next. Okay. So now the Figma file is being fetched. All the components that we have created on the Figma file is going to be fetched here and shown. So also note that Relay is in its very early stage, alpha. So you thinking of using it in production, you might have to hold on for a while. So see here, we have got the card component that we created and all the states of it, all the three variants of it. Okay, so now we will click on finish. And now if you see our package under Java, there is an change the Android to project on the top. Yeah, project, And now open our app. Yeah. And src folder. Yeah. And main. And you see here we have a UI packages. Okay. And we have our card. Open the card.json. Yeah. So this is the JSON file that is fetched from the Figma file. And we also have a preview, nice preview of what is happening and what are the parameters. The properties are idle, in progress, and complete. So we have all the three variants. Everything is there. Okay. So just that everything is there, we cannot quickly run it. We have to build it first so that these components get generated. So we will click on make the project. So now it will build. Set building. Can you click on the app and refresh it? Okay, let's quickly try importing our card over here. So instead of greetings, we will try to import our card. Is this our card? I don't think so. Yeah, we have other things. So click on make project again. Go to the project view. And on the top, right click on the DevFest Chennai and click on reload from disk. Yeah. So now type card. Do we have a card yet? Okay, so let's quickly try it again. Let's rename the card to maybe DevFest card and import it again. Okay, and copy UI. So we are running the save the version again, copying the link, and let's import it. Yeah. So since this is in alpha, there are many cases it might fail. Also there might be the refresh will not happen on the build folder. So all our components that we want will be put into the build folder. Okay. So now that we have another component called DevFest card, now let's make the project. And yeah, so yeah, we have DevFest. That's our card, right? Reload the disk again. Reload from the disk again. Okay, it did not generate, I guess. Try now. Okay. Okay, let's probably switch to that older project. Okay. We forgot something, Sanju. Go to the build folder. Let's add relay plugin first. So yeah, we installed the plugin on Android Studio, but we did not add it on the build folder. So let's quickly add that. So yeah, this is the site. Yeah. So we will have to add this plugin on the build.gradle on the app level. Yeah. So with the version, so right now the version is 0.3. Okay, since I told you this is in alpha, we are having it 0.3. Now let's do the build. Yeah, now it's building. So yeah, as usual, the Gradle build is taking its own time. So once it builds, we will explore the build folder, how these components are imported. Yeah, the build is there. Quickly reload it from disk once. Change it to project and reload it from disk. Yeah, now we should have it. Yeah, DevFest card. Okay, so we have our DevFest card. So before we give the title and description, let's explore what's inside it. Okay, so let's go inside DevFest card. So this is the code that is generated from Figma file directly on your Android Studio. Okay, and we also have a nice preview, the usual preview of Jetpack Compose. We have it, and if you see here, we have all the things that are whatever radius, corner radius that we gave is also hard coded here, and also the colors that we used, everything is here, and also 3 variants. So 3 variants is mapped in with an enum called property1.idle, property1.inprogress, property1.complete. So we can also rename that property1 to something else, like task is idle or something like that. Okay, so we have this ready, and okay. So now let's get back to our main activity and quickly see it on our emulator. Okay, so let's give it a nice title. Let's say hello Chennai, and give it a nice description. Okay, Sanju is bored and he's just copy pasting comments. Okay, so this is a surface. Okay, let's quickly run it. And for now, the property 1, let's keep it as idle. Okay, so now quickly let's run it and see it on the emulator. Where is our emulator? The next hurdle. Yeah, we have our emulator. Let's wait for the app to launch. Yeah, pretty fast. Okay, so there is something going on, but not exactly how we wanted. So basically, it is taking the entire height of the things, and we have things in place. So we have the title and we have the things as well. The title is not matched though. Other than that, the description is also not matched, but we have things ready. Okay, so let's quickly fix that. Let's get back to Figma and fix it. Where is Figma? Yeah. So let's give. So we had an component, right? So let's go to. Okay, Sanju, let's. Okay, not this one. Yeah. What is the height over here? It's hard and 142. Okay.
Yeah, just come and give me a call.
Okay.
Yeah, just make sure this is okay.
Yeah. Description. So basically what we are trying to do now is just mapping the title and content to the respective key and value pairs. Okay. So now we will publish a new version. We will also rename the properties to value, basically state, and publish the version. Okay. Yeah. Now let's switch back to Android Studio. Yeah, we have published the version. So now we don't need a link, we can just update it. Okay, so for the second time, the developer does not need a link. What he can do.
This is getting recorded. I mean, YouTube, you're going to put.
Already live on YouTube. No,
oh, so it's live? Yeah, okay.
Just go to the UI packages on the file. Yeah, just open that. Right click on the UI packages under main folder. UI packages over here. Yeah, right click on it and click on update all packages in the module, the relay plugin. Okay, so again your relay plugin will come here and it is going to fetch all the new things. So it's downloading the design from Figma now again. So yeah, now let's build it. Okay, so now we got some errors. Obviously, we have changed the parameters and things. So let's change that as well. So property 1 is not defined. We changed that into state. Reload it from reload it on the right side. Yeah, left side. Yeah, now type state. Yeah, state dot idle. Yeah, and let's run it. Remove the property 1. We know more. We are not calling it as property 1. Okay. So still we don't have the exact thing.
What's the channel?
Let's. So this is so you got the idea, right? So we will export it from Figma and then we will import it on Android Studio, and that's how we will see it. So we will switch the projects for in the interest of time. So let's close it and move back to relay to do.
This one. Okay. So there will be 2 racks.
Okay. So also we can explore the Figma first.
So these 2.
Yeah. Back. Go to. Okay. This is the file. So here we have a component called task, which is basically 2 states. Task is complete and incomplete. Okay. So we have a list item which is incomplete, and then we have an complete item. Okay. So let's click on that component. So let's see the variant. So if you see, there is a completed false, and then also there is another state called completed true. Okay. So let's go to the design page. Yeah, so this is the to-do app that we wanted to design. So here the top bar is a component, okay, to-do app, that is a component, and then we will have another component called title, which says task, and then we will have the list of items, okay. So I have already exported this, so we will switch back to Android Studio. So yeah, so if you see any of these components, so we can just toggle that, and we can change the stage. Okay. So we have. Let's also explore how did we export it. So let's open the Figma Relay plugin. Yeah. And yeah, so see here we have task and hello card as the file components over here. And then we have an on click on the task and then we have the text view for the things that we want to write for the to do. Okay, so 2 parameters, one is on click and the next one is the task name. Okay, so pretty simple. Click on the design page. Yeah, here we have 2 more components called the top bar, so which is basically the top bar, and then we have a task title. Okay, so that is the task title. Okay, clear? So we have already imported all of these. So let's switch to Android Studio now, and let's go to the home screen. Yeah, so here I have added a column, and I have also added I have a view model. So basically on the home view model, I'm generating some few tasks that fake tasks that we wanted to do. Okay, so basically remember to get swags at the end, and also remember to take a selfie with me, and tweet. Okay, tweet is very important. Also tag me. Okay, so these 3 tasks you have to complete. Okay, so these are the fake tasks that I have created, and now let's go to our home screen. So here on a column I have added top app bar, which we have imported from Figma. So let's open the top app bar. So this is going to be the same top app bar that we saw on Figma. Okay, cool. Next component, task title. So this is also the same task title. Okay, so this is just a text view, even though we want it as a component. If we want to add something else, the designer feels the task title color has to change, or he has to add a subtitle to it, he can quickly do it on Figma, and we can refresh it and it will come. Okay, so then the next component is a hello card. So this component is basically just to show that you can also do images in Figma, from Figma to Android Studio. So this is an component, and this parameter, if you see, it is taking a painter as a parameter. Okay, so you can load async images as well with probably like a glide or coil. You will get an painter resource, and you can attach to it. So basically from any URL you can load any images. Okay, so that's the idea. And then we have a lazy column. Inside the lazy column we are passing our list of tasks. Okay, so this is going to be iterative, and we are calling our task. So here on the task, let's quickly see the task. Split view, we don't have split view over here. Okay, so basically this task is getting 3 parameters. One is the task name, on click, and the state, either it is completed or not completed. Okay, so completed dot true, completed dot false. So for now booleans are not supported, only enums are supported with this plugin. I don't know the reason for that, but yeah, for now that is what relay plugin has it. So true and false are the enums classes. Okay, so now let's go to the home screen, and so what we will do, we will get the boolean from our data class and change it to enums. Okay, so that is what I'm doing in the completed line. And then we have an on click, which will again call our view model to update the task. So let's go to the update task and see what we are doing there on the view model. Yeah, so basically I'm just copying that element and changing the state of it. Okay, so if it is done, we will change it to incomplete. If it is not done, we will change it to complete. Okay, so right now we have 2 completed and 1 not completed task. Okay, so let's run the app and see how it looks. Okay, so we have the top bar right, and then the task title is also right, and we have the hello card, and also we have the list of items. So we have 3 items, so 3 tasks are there. Okay, so what has to happen when we on click on it? It has to change the state. Let's see if it is happening. Yeah, it's happening. Okay, so with that, so that piece of code that we wrote, okay, so how many lines? 40 lines on the home screen, and then your view model logic. That is all the code that we wrote. Everything else was designed in Figma and just imported it. Okay, so that's how Android development is moving with respective to Jetpack Compose and Relay on all of these things. Okay, any doubts? Any doubts on this? Okay, so basically to get started you will have to install Relay plugin on both Figma and also on your Android Studio, and then you will copy a link and do it. Okay, so let's see a quick example of let's say we are not liking the color of the task and we wanted to change it. So we will do that on Figma. Okay, and so without any code change on our Android Studio, the designer is going to change the design for the task. Okay, so that is his job, he's doing it. So let's see. Okay, so meanwhile that gets fixed. So yeah. Okay, so right now on this alpha, no animations and the interactions are supported. In fact, the on-click that we did was not actually an on-click. So that's why we don't see a ripple effect on it. It's actually using the modifier dot tappable. Okay, so which is just like a gesture on the tap. It's not an actual on-click. So those things are not supported yet, and it has many limitations as of now. Even a small rotation on a Figma file will not be supported on the plugin. So like that, we have many gaps as of now, but might get caught up. We can look forward for that. Okay, so yeah, let's go to the Figma file. And go to the component task on the components. Yeah, let's say that the designer Sanju doesn't like this design and he wants to change it. So probably he can change the eclipse on the icon into something else. Yeah. So he's going to give it a different color. Sanju is running out of ideas. Yeah. Okay. So incomplete task will be white in color, and completed task, let's have it same. Okay. So let's save it as a version. Okay. Yeah, now let's go to Android Studio and update the packages. So what we have to do, we just have to right click on the UI packages under main folder, SRC main UI packages. Yeah, right click, update all packages in the module. So it's going to fetch the new Figma file. So yeah, our internet is a little bad. It's still downloading the Figma file into Android Studio. Yeah, importing the UI packages and still downloading something. Yeah, it's ready. Let's build it. So right now, for every build that happens, the build folder does not automatically refreshes. So we have to manually right click on it and reload it from disk. And also one more important point, right now it is, so this plugin package will work only on the stable Android Studio, not on Flamingo or Electron. Okay, only on Dolphin it is working. So yeah, we got the new. We did not write any code. We did not do any code change. We just updated it, and automatically all the incomplete tasks are in white in color. Okay. So not respective to color, any other design that the designer wants to make, he can make it in the Figma file and call it a day. It will automatically be pulled by the developer, and the only change, so to keep track of what is the change that is happening, that's the JSON file. Okay, so the JSON file will only go to your GitHub repository, and that's where the PR will happen. Probably the designer can also check the PRs and review it. Okay, so this is the JSON file that is having the change. Other than that, no other change on the code base. Okay. So yeah, we are also on the right. You can also see what are the variants it supports, what are the parameters that the designer wants you to add, and the interaction it supports. And also you can support a long press, and also the normal double tap and all of those items. Okay. So whichever we have added here will be presented on the screen as well. Okay. Any doubts? Yeah. No. So we the Figma designers usually adapted to the auto layout, right? So in fact, if you see the task, if we run it on a tablet, I'm not sure if we have the emulator ready. So if the same app is now running on the tablet, probably we can show the preview. Go to the task in the Android Studio. Inside the build folder, just go to the home screen and click on task. Yeah, task in the line number 32. Yeah, go inside that. And a split view. You can close the emulator, minimize the emulator probably. Split view, split. Yeah, and change this dimension. How do we change it? At the bottom we will have a preview, right? Scroll to the bottom task on the code. Scroll to the preview. Change the width and height. So height doesn't matter because we hard coded it. Let's change the width. So it's expanding. So it is so since the designer on the Figma chose to use auto layout, it is automatically expanding and filling the container. So if you see that the Figma, you will see that I have used a fill container. So whatever is the space that is left out, it will automatically expand. And this is not limited to single components. You can also export it as multiple components as well. So if you have if you design the whole app on the screen of Figma and export it with multiple components and the main component as home screen, that will also work. Okay, and also the designer can leave a space out on the file and ask the content to be passed from your usual component as well. That can also be done. Okay. So any other doubts? For different devices. Yeah, you can do that. So you will probably export 2 or 3 components, and then on your Android Studio Kotlin code, you will handle which component to be rendered. So it doesn't automatically comes in, but you can do that. Okay. Any other doubts? Cool.
Hey, so one question.
Yeah. Who is it?
Hey. Okay.
Yeah.
This plugin is for Android Studio currently, right?
Yes.
Let's say a developer comes in tomorrow and he's changing some design. Can we move this process to CI or the CD pipeline so that Like they can just trigger a build and like try it out. Right?
Actually, you can do that. So whenever I click on the update the packages, it is actually running a Gradle command. So that Gradle command can be put on your CI/CD pipelines, and automatically it can trigger. But there will be a code change, and that code is a JSON file that has to be committed on your repo, else you will lose track of it.
Got it.
So if you have the entire script to commit it, and also, but I wouldn't recommend that. But there is a possibility.
Yeah, just to test it out, we can.
We can do that.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
So we can. So you will have to migrate from XML to Jetpack Compose, and then probably your new components can come from Relay. A simple component can come from Relay on. And then you can have multiple components. Some components you will develop it, and something will come from design.
Cool. So before we proceed to the next talk, we might have another question for you for swag giveaways. So shall we do it? Yes. I need some energy here. Yes. Can't hear you guys. Come on. Yes. Are you hungry?
Naveen.
Do it. DevFest. DevFest. It's cool. Okay, so we'll go with the question now.
Alright, so 20? Should we go with 20?
Yeah.
Or is that too less?
No. Let's start with 20.
Okay.
Let's see if they give it 20, we'll go for more.
20 Google products continuously. Anyone? 20. You can't think so much. Just anyone raise your hands. Okay, I see your hand up there. 1 second.
20 products without a break.
Google AdSense, Google Drive, Collab, Gmail. Does YouTube count?
That's it, done. Let's go for the next person. Anyone else want to try? Here.
Chrome, YouTube, Flutter, Android, Pixel, TensorFlow, Google Cloud Services.
Okay, cool, we're done. Let's go for the next person.
Gmail, Google Cloud, Google Drive, AppSheet, Owl Labs, Chemi Labs, and Flutter, Gmail, Docs, Sheets, Slides, AppSheet, Forms, Google Maps, Blogger, Google Groups, Google Drive. I told that Google Cloud, told where is the bug say? Android, Cardboard, Jamboard, and told them Google Drawings, Google Meet, slide solution.
Okay, cool. You've done well. Good. Applause for him. But we'll go for the next person again. You have lost a few, so I'm really sorry.
Okay, Chromium.
Chromium is open source. I don't accept that.
It's still a different product. So Chrome Canary, and then Flutter, Google Lens, Gmail. Oh no, it's
no. That's cheating. Chrome is Chrome.
All right, YouTube. Okay, Sheets. What is it? Slides. Okay, I'm done.
3, 2, 1. Yes. Next person.
Gmail ads, workspace.
Does this laser work as well?
Code spaces and
Light work करता laser light.
Code spaces
करेगा ना? Yeah.
It's from Microsoft.
Oh, it's good. Oh, sorry.
It's Microsoft altogether.
Drive and Google Earth, YouTube, Chromebook, Android, Flutter, Angular, Go, Dart, Carbon.
Sorry?
Carbon. Yeah.
Cool. Next person. Very well done.
It's surprising nobody told GCR yet. GCR, Google Chrome, Firebase, Google Maps, Earth, Docs, Slides, and Carbon, YouTube, Flutter, GCP, Cloud, Collab.
You're looking somewhere.
I'm just thinking.
Cool. We'll go for the next person. That white shirt over there. Yeah.
We can start with Cloud, Flutter, Google Contact, Google Calendar, Google Gmail, YouTube, Maps, Google Earth, Google Meets, Classroom, Forms, Google... More. 1 second.
Time out.
Sorry.
Next person.
Google Contacts, Photos, Slides, Documents, Forms, Chrome, YouTube, Android, Jetpack Compose, Earth, Google Assistant, Jamboard, Earth, Google Lens, Google Translate,
15,
Pixel,
16,
Google AdSense,
17,
Google Cloud,
18,
Google Cloud, and Google Drive,
19,
Google Google Developer Groups.
We can't accept that. Although GDG is one of the programs, I don't think is that qualified for the product. Cool. Okay, we have done 20. Does anybody want to challenge him? More than 20? Someone over there. If you do more than 20, okay, you're going.
So it's not constrained to software or hardware only, right? We can tell both.
Yeah, software, hardware, developer tools.
So Google Nest Mini, Google Home, Google
Nest
TV.
and Nest Mini together, I'll take. I won't take
Google
it
Nest.
separately.
Okay, Google Nest, Google TV, Android, Jetpack libraries, YouTube Music, So that counts separate, right?
Yeah, that are two different things. So
yeah. So Google Pixel, Pixel Watch, Google Drive, Gmail, Google Photos, Meet Original, App Script, Google App Engine, Google Slides, Google Sites, App Scripts, and App Engine. And what else?
App Engine is part of Google Cloud.
Yeah, but it's still separate app. Yeah, so
Now we'll take 17.
17.
We got 3 more.
Google Duo.
Yeah.
Play Store. Google Search. Google Search.
That's 20. Do you want to do more?
20. Snapseed. And Cardboard. Google Cardboard. Google Jamboard. Google Classroom. Collabs. Codelabs. And Fanatics. Firebase. TensorFlow. Google Analytics. Google Pay.
25, I guess. Yeah.
Flutter, Dart, Kotlin. Kotlin is JetBrains.
27.
Yeah, 27.
Awesome. That was great. Big round of applause. Anyone thinks can do more, or shall we give him a swag? Okay, somebody's challenged. You?
Yeah, so first, YouTube Kids Music, YouTube Music. It is a product, 4 YouTube products. It's new, obviously. You can check, okay? Yeah, App Script, App Sheet, Cardboard, Google One, Google Fit, Chrome OS, Chromebook, then Waze, Kotlin, then Docs, GCR, Sheets, Slides, Jamboard, Google Do, then Google Calendar,
20.
Google Maps, Google Street View Maps, you have Google Earth, then Google Workspace,
24.
Pixel, Nest,
25,
then Slide stocks, okay, one second.
5.
How many?
4. 26 done.
26 done.
3.
Then
2.
Yeah.
1.
Done.
That was great, but 27 is the highest record for now. Okay, that's one more person. So we'll do one more person and then we'll decide who's the winner.
Google Search, YouTube, Collab, AdSense, Dart, Go, Flutter, Angular, Kotlin, Google Pay, Calendar, Sheets, Docs, Forms, Slides, Meet, YouTube Music,
17.
Pixel, Nest,
19.
Google Pay, Maps, Street View, Google Earth.
23. Alright, yes, time's up. Cool. So 27 is the highest record for now. So my friend over here gets a swag from us. Give a big round of applause. Great work. Awesome. So that's another giveaway. So I think we'll proceed with the next talk. Right? Good to go? Yes. Sure? Awesome. What's the next talk? What is the next talk about? Jetpack Compose is done. Okay, so we're talking about architecting your Compose UI. So Bhavna is here to talk about it. Bhavna is a Google Developer Expert for Android. Google Developer Expert is another Google Devs program for experts who have proven themselves in their specific field. So that is GDE. So she's a GDE for Android, and she works as a senior software engineer at Mega, which is an online cloud file hosting solution, right? So she also, kind of has a YouTube channel where she shares her learnings. It's called Learn Android. She's also article editor for
Ray Vanderlich.
For I forgot that.
For Codeco, that's Ray Vanderlich.
Codeco. I'm sorry for that. So apart from that, outside work, Bhavna is somebody who converts her kitchen into her lab where she kind of experiments with different dishes and goes around, playing music and DJing and stuff. So that's what she does outside of work. So we are excited for your talk. Bhavna, over to you.
Yeah. Very good afternoon, everyone. Yeah. Myself, Bhavna Thakkar. And today we are going to talk about architecting your Compose UI. Naveen has already given my introduction, so I'll not go in detail. Just a request, have a look at my YouTube channel, and if you like it, please do subscribe to it. So before we start, how many of you are Android developers here? Okay. And how many of you have heard the term recommended app architecture? Okay. Oh, no problem. We'll see this in detail today. So there is a guide to Android app architecture published by Google a couple of years ago. This guide was updated last year as well. According to this guide, every app should have at least 2 layers, UI layer and data layer, and domain layer is optional. A couple of weeks ago, they again sent out a document giving their recommendations around the architecture best practices. And according to this recent recommendations, UI and data layer are strongly recommended, and domain layer is no longer optional. It is recommended for bigger apps. So we'll see each of these layers in little detail today before we dive into UI layer. Ready? Yeah. So we start with the data layer first. So your data layer consists of repositories and data sources. Each repository can have one or more data sources, and it is recommended that you should have a unique repository, a separate repository for different type of data that you handle in your app. So you can have something like user repository, payments repository. You can just segregate. So that allows you to have stick to single responsibility principle better. Because if you create a single repository and as features in your app grow, you're going to have a very huge, big repository class, right? That's difficult to maintain and test as well. So what are the responsibilities of a repository? It exposes data to the rest of the app. It centralizes changes to the data. So when you are making changes to the data in your app, you should not do it from any class, anywhere, any layer in the app. It should be the repository responsible for it. It resolves conflicts between multiple data sources. So nowadays, many apps supports offline support, right? So you have some data coming from the network in the online way, and even if you do not have an internet, you have something in the offline. So when you have this kind of app, you're going to have 2 data sources, network and local, right? So repository decides what to do when there is a conflict between multiple data sources. It abstracts the sources of data from the rest of the app. So the rest of the app, especially the UI layer and the domain layer, they only care about the data. So if it's a user data, they care what the user object contains. Or if it's a movie's data, they just care about the data, but they do not know where does data come from. Whether it comes from a network or it comes from your disk. So repository kind of encapsulates this logic of where the data, the source of the data. It contains the business logic. So now we move on to data sources. You should create a separate data source class for every single source of data in your app. So you can have a file, you can have a network as a source, you can have a local database as your source, but each should be a separate data source, a class and an interface. So it is recommended that in order to make your apps testable, in order to write unit tests for your app, you should create the repository as an interface, and then the implementation of the repository like this way. What is the one thing that you need to notice here is that data sources should be the direct dependency of only the repositories. So your other layers in the app, right now we are talking about data layers. So the other layers will be UI layer and domain layer. They should never have data source as a direct dependency. It should only be the repository which has data source as a dependency. There are recommendations around how do you name a repository. It should be type of data and then repository. So you have something like user repository, payments repository, movies repository. Okay. Now data source, how do you name them? It's type of data, type of source, and then data source. So you have something like a news app. You can have a data source named as news remote data source and news local data source. If you want to become more, be more specific about the source of the data, you can even name it as news disk data source and news network data source. So now let's see what is domain layer. Domain layer was initially introduced as an optional layer. Now it is recommended for bigger apps. It basically simplifies your interaction between UI layer and data layer. And you can also reuse any business logic across view models using domain layer. So this is one example how your domain layer would work. So you have something like get latest news with authors use case. This particular use case will combine data from news repository and authors repository and will give you a combined data. This use case you can utilize across multiple view models, right? So you don't repeat the logic, business logic basically. And one use case can have one or more other use case as a dependency as well. So this is what you see in the code snippet here. So it's not over. We are going to go into the UI layer. But in the meantime, before we move to UI layer, I want to understand you have understood the data and domain layer correctly, right? So a very simple question. My app fetches movies data from network and also provides offline support. So it's recommended to have A or B? Definitely, yeah, A. And it is also a good practice to have this classes as like first interfaces and then you create concrete classes. So when you are writing a test for your application, you can mock those dependencies. My app displays list of movies on home screen and also has a user profile screen. So it is recommended to have A or B? Yes, B. Each a separate repository for a different type of data that you handle in your app. So now we can move on to UI layer. So what is the role of UI layer? Would anyone like one line answer to this? UI layer? Yeah. Yes. Yes. So it's anything visual and which user can interact with it. So there are two parts to it, right? Something you see on the screen and something which lets you interact with it. So we are going to take Jet News app as a UI case study. This app, basically, if you see the home screen of this app, you can see the articles available to user to read. Users can browse the articles by category. If the user is article, and they can access some premium features if eligible. So suppose you are an app developer and this kind of screen comes to you for development from the designers. So how do you go about it? In order to understand the architecture best practices around the UI layer, you need to understand unidirectional data flow. So friends, if there is a single takeaway, a single key term that you want to take from this talk, it should be this. I'm sure it will be much more than that, but I want to just stress upon the importance, how important it is. So unidirectional data flow is a design pattern in which state flows down and events flow up. So just have this diagram, save somewhere in your memory that the state flows down and events flow up. It should never be the other way around. The events cannot flow down. So what are the advantages of having a unidirectional data flow pattern? It allows you to decouple the composables that display the state from the part of the UI that is going to part of the app, that stores the state or changes the state. So this is the UI update loop for an app that follows unidirectional data flow. So somewhere in your app an event is generated. So can you tell me what are the instances where an event is generated in the app? I'm talking about a UI event because we are discussing the UI layer, okay? Yes, a user pressing a button. So that is a user event. But there is one more category to it. Can somebody tell me? Like one more different category which comes under UI event. Apart from user doing something, when is the event generated in the app? Okay. All of you use WhatsApp, right? Okay. We are sitting and looking at the WhatsApp screen and somebody, one of the group members posts a message, sends a message. Your UI is updated, right? You see a unread message. As a user interacting with WhatsApp, did you do anything? No. You didn't do anything, but still your UI is updated. So it's still a UI event for your app, right? It has to handle and it has to update the UI, your app. The WhatsApp has to update. So where is the event generated? The event is not generated by the UI layer of your app, but your app kind of observes the data on the server. Okay, and there is some new data that is coming in from the server. So there is something coming from the data layer, from the network. Getting it? That causes your UI to update, right? So any kind of external input to your app, like network response or user session expired, or even the example that we discussed right now, is also going to trigger a change in your UI, right? So any kind of event that is generated in the app, the event handlers will update the state, and stakeholders will pass on the updated state to UI for display. So we'll see this in detail. So what is UI basically? It's a result of binding UI elements on screen with the UI state. So UI is basically a combination of UI elements and UI state. In your traditional view-based system, your XML views will give you the UI elements. In Jetpack Compose, your composables will give you the UI elements. And UI state is nothing but a visual representation of your UI. So whenever the UI state changes, your UI should update to reflect those changes. So again, we are back to this Jet News app home screen, and we start with the design we have. We want to have the UI state for this home screen. So how do you go about designing this? I mean, developing the UI state. For UI state, you can use data classes and sealed classes. So here is an example. You can take a data class as news UI state, and then think what all features your app provides. It provides you, screen. This particular screen provides you list of articles to the user to read. So you have news items as list of news item UI state, right? Then whether user can bookmark an article or not depends whether he is signed in or not. So you have a boolean is signed in. Similarly, you have is premium, and you also want to show message to user when there is some error from the network or so. So you can design this as a list of messages. You can even define a UI state for each of the article. So at the down you see this news item UI state. It has got a title, body, and a state whether it is bookmarked or not, right? This is how you go about designing and developing for your UI. So UI state is an immutable snapshot of the details needed for your UI to render. But you know that state of your application is going to change, right? Based on the application data that is changing. So who takes care of updating the UI when the state changes? There comes stakeholders in picture. So this is an architecture for two layers in the app. If you have got 3 layers, the UI layer will talk to domain layer first and then data layer. So in either case, you can have view model as stakeholders. You can also have dedicated classes as stakeholders if you have reusable UI components in your app. The advantage of having view models as stakeholders is that view models will survive the configuration changes, and they will handle all the logic when an event occurs. So this will make your all the understandings that discussions we had around unit. So I'll take an example and this will make it clear to you. So we were discussing about Jet News app home screen, right? A user can bookmark an article. So when the user does it, how the data flows. So when user enters the screen, the current UI state is given to UI elements, whether the article is bookmarked or not. So consider the case. So you pass on this event, UI event, from your composable to view model. The view model notifies the state change to data layer. Then data layer persists the data change and updates the application data. New app data with the bookmarked article is passed from data layer to view model, and then the new UI state comes down to UI elements where your screen is updated. So again you can see the event flow up and state flows down. So how does view model expose the UI state? When you have, this is just one example, when you have a stream of data coming from the data layer, you can convert that stream using a state in operator and convert it into a state flow this way inside your view model. And now your UI elements should collect the UI state. So in your traditional view system, you should use repeat on lifecycle. That is, you should use collect as state with lifecycle to collect the UI state. Now we'll go a bit deeper into UI events. Every UI event is a user event. True or false? Yes. The other way around would be true. Every user event is a UI event. And as we discussed during the talk, there are other layers which can also generate an event, right? So these are the key terms: UI, UI events, and user events. So you can have a look at this UI event decision tree. First of all, where is the event generated? So if it's in the view model, then update the UI state. When the event requires business logic, delegate the business logic to the view model. Like the example that we saw for bookmarking the article. If it's a UI behavior logic, modify the UI element state in the UI directly. So this code snippet, one more button, refresh data. So we are maintaining a Boolean state named expanded. When the user clicks on expand or collapse details, it's just a UI behavior logic. So you can just toggle the state and your UI is updated. But what if user clicks on refresh data? It's something you want some fresh data from the server, right? So you pass on this business logic to view model and to the next layer, right? So this is a business logic, and the first one is a UI behavior logic. Again, one small quiz. What would come in the place of XYZ when you have only two layers in your app, UI layer and data layer? First one, okay. And when you have three layers, domain layer as well? Use cases, yes. So friends, this topic, there was a lot to be covered, but I took upon some important points and covered. You can have the reference here. And I'd like to end my talk with a quote. Life is like riding a bicycle. To keep your balance, you must keep moving. So you must keep learning something new every day. Thank you. If you have any questions, I can take it. All good? No questions? Hungry? Okay. Anyways, thank you all.
Thanks, Bhavna. It was great, wasn't it? You hungry? I mean, like, it's like, show me some energy. Okay, I understand that some of you are hungry, some of you are sleepy, but can't help it. We have one more talk to go before lunch, so that's there. Before proceeding, I have a small announcement. So before going for lunch, at the lunch counter, you'll be given lunch only if you have the stickers that we gave you, right? Based on that is what we're distributing lunch. So in case you didn't get it in the morning, please, before going for the lunch, go to the registration desk, confirm your registration once, and proceed. All right? So that's an announcement. So Bhavna, I was listening to your talk all the time. So, we were talking about architecting UI. I always thought that architecture is always about, the system and the backend and stuff. I've never thought about UI as architecture. Or I put so much of research into it. That was so insightful. And all the places where you mentioned about how you, write the code, formatting your class names and all that. I do always echo on that because I'm a huge fan of that, naming classes in a certain pattern and all that. So that is there. I think we'll go with the next talk. We're almost ready. I think we're missing the speaker here. I'll try to introduce. Okay, he's here. Cool. So the next talk is from Ayush. Ayush is another Google developer expert for Flutter. Talking about Ayush, I know him for a couple of years now. He's a good friend of mine. So even before, the world knew what Flutter is and, the world was figuring out what exactly Flutter was, this man used to, build presentations with Flutter, right? He used to make websites. Even in DevFest 2019, his entire presentation was made just with Flutter, just to give you a glimpse of, what Ayush does. So I'm pretty sure that, Ayush is the right person to talk about Flutter for us in DevFest Chennai. So we've been waiting to hear from you, Ayush. So without talking much, I'd like to, hand over it to you. So Ayush talking about server-driven UI in Flutter, right? So Ayush, over to you.
Hello, good afternoon. I know that I'm the only person standing between you and lunch right now, and that's a very, very dangerous place to be in. Trust me, I am a foodie, as you can tell, right? But let's show some energy. Hello, good afternoon, Chennai. Good afternoon, Chennai. Yeah. See, I have 40 minutes. I can waste it like this. Okay, nobody is going to say anything. So you have to cheer harder. Okay. When I say DevFest, you say DevFest. 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 No, that's more like it. Cool. So as you've already heard, my name is Ayush Shekhar. I'm a GD for Flutter and Dart. I have been a member of GDG Chennai for years now, and this was also the community that I started my contribution journey with. I started speaking for events with this journey. Hence, this DevFest is extremely special for me because I studied here in SRM in Chennai for 4 years. So it wouldn't be wrong to say that I have returned back home, right? And after the banishment that was COVID, this is the first time in 3 years that I am in Chennai, and I'm really, really grateful to GDG Chennai, the organizers and everyone for giving me this opportunity. And I hope that I won't bore you, but no promises, okay? Cool, so let's get started. What's the title of the talk? Server-driven UI in Flutter. Now, when you read that sentence, when you read server-driven UI in Flutter, it seems like someone is offering a solution. right? Someone is offering a solution. Server-driven UI in Flutter is a solution. But in order to understand how a solution is helpful, you first need to understand what the problem is, right? Like, if I have a solution, but if I do not have a problem, then the solution doesn't make sense, right? So in order to get to the solution, we first have to understand the problem. And in order to understand the problem, you first have to feel the pain. You first have to feel what app developers go through and why this solution was required in the first place, right? Okay, since I have the mic and I now own the stage, I can command you to do whatever I want, okay? So for the next 15 seconds, I would request all of you to be please completely silent. No noise at all. Nobody talks, nobody speaks, nothing. Quiet. Do you know why that drama? Because those 15 seconds of silence were for app developers, all the mobile application developers. How many of you are or want to be mobile application developers? Let us, you want to be creating applications for Android, iOS, web also. Let's just not restrict to mobile. Then you know that once you have shipped something out, right? Once it's in the hands of the users, then this is what makes app development painful. If you have to fix something, or if you have to get something going, or if you have to change something, if you have to run a test, then there's code that's in the hand of the users, right? And you can't do anything. You need to publish an app update in order to be able to run that test, make that change, right? Do that fix that you have shipped accidentally, right? So app updates are slow. App updates are also just like this pointer maybe. This isn't working, sorry. It isn't working. थोड़ा सा वाइब किल हो गया ना. Okay, this was not planned, but again 30 seconds of silence just for technology, because, and this is not the first time that you're seeing something like this happening. In the past 2 years, when all of us were stuck at home due to COVID, the first things that came out of everyone's mouth when you first joined a Zoom call was, am I audible? Is my screen visible? Right? This was the most meaningful content of most meetings. This was the most meaningful thing that was discussed, right? So these are not new. Ab to aadat si hai. वो वाली बात. Can someone just manually change slides maybe, if that's possible? See, I won't step down until I have exhausted my 40 minutes. So whatever time is being wasted, that's just separating you out from lunch. Take it up with organizers. It's not with me. But do you realize what is happening here? Not talking about the technical glitch, okay? Do you realize what's happening here? This audience, all of you over here, the fact that you are able to come here and attend this event after what we have gone through in the past 2 years is outstanding. It's amazing, right? Nobody had thought that this would happen. Arre, yaar. I will sit down here and start crying now. Give me the pointer. See, if the slides could walk themselves, why was I required? Cool. Coming back. Just forget whatever you saw, okay? Let's reset. So, app updates are slow. Because the review process is slow, right? Even if you find out that a production bug has been shipped and you fix it within 5 minutes and push an app update, it won't go live until and unless Google or Apple decides that it can go live now, right? App updates are painful because they are. App updates are scary. Because nobody wants to do it. Like for example, if you have, let's say, made a production release on Thursday or Friday, right? And then you have to do an app update on Friday or over the weekend, it just kills the weekend. Then you're done. Because even if the app update goes live after that, then you also have to perform maintenance on that update. You have to, monitor the rollout of the update and all of those things. So, and tell me if I am wrong, but do tell me if I am right, app updates are like Dementors from Harry Potter. They basically suck the life and happiness out of all the developers, right? It is a painful process, let's just admit it, right? So now that you have felt the problem, now that you have seen what an app developer goes through, right? But this doesn't mean that these platforms are useless. It doesn't mean that you can start your own distribution channel. I mean, Google Play Store and Apple App Store have been groundbreaking, right, in the impact that they have had. Could you imagine, a breakout app happening if there were only individual distribution channels? There have been many instances of apps who were created by 2 individuals or 1 individuals, just doing some random experiment, and they became breakout applications because of the opportunity and the empowerment that these platforms provide, right? It doesn't have to be Facebook to have a 1 billion downloads. It can be some random XYZ app, and if it breaks out on these platforms, it becomes huge, right? So all of this wouldn't have been possible without these platforms. So I have nothing against them, right? Just putting it out there so that Google invites me to other talks as well. But what's the solution? Okay, app updates are slow, painful, right? But what's the solution? There's no one solution. There are many solutions. It's not that it's an unsolvable problem, guys. Come on, okay? There are many solutions, but out of them, we will be discussing one solution in a bit more detail today, since this is supposed to be a technical talk, okay? But after implementing that solution, does that mean that you will never have to do an app update? I mean, can somebody respond? Like, what does your gut tell you? What does your instinct tell you? Okay, you have implemented some solution to tackle this problem, but after you have implemented it, will you never have to do an app update ever again in your life? This actually reminds me of a dialogue from KGF. All of you know Rocky Bhai from KGF? Do you know Rocky Bhai? Yes. Can someone speak out this dialogue for me? So the dialogue basically is violence, violence, violence. I don't like violence. I try to avoid. But violence likes me. I can't avoid. Similarly, app updates, app updates, app updates. All mobile application developers want to avoid app updates, but app updates just so much, like sucking the happiness and life out of us that we can't avoid them, right? So there is no one foolproof solution that you can ship one application and you can update it over the air for the entire lifetime. It doesn't work that way. So we have to find a balance, a right trade-off between, making app updates and trying to do some changes that we can over the air, okay? The solution that we are going to talk about is remote Flutter widgets. Pretty self-explanatory? Not so much. Okay. Now, in Flutter, everything is a... Couldn't hear you. Yeah. Energy. In Flutter, everything is a... Everything is a widget. Each and everything that you see in Flutter is a widget, more or less. Okay. So right from the first, right from the first time where an app is actually invoked, right, in the void main function. Over here also, the first instance that you see that is created, that's also a widget. If you look at the code of my super cool app, it will also be either a stateless or a stateful widget, right? So right from the point of invocation, everything in Flutter is a widget. Now, the solution that we are talking about, remote Flutter widgets, this is actually implemented as a package. It's a plugin that you can use in Flutter. It's called RFW. Any guesses? What does RFW stand for? Couldn't hear you. Remote Flutter widgets. See, please pay attention to all of these small details. Next, after this talk, Naveen is going to come up and ask you these same questions and he'll give you some prize. So please pay attention even for your sake also. So RFW stands for remote Flutter widgets, right? Now, why did I, if you would have seen the agenda, it was written a remote widgets experiment. Why is it an experiment is, like if you read this then also you'll come to know, but why is this an experiment is, because for a very long time, a feature of React Native that has been missing in Flutter is over-the-air updates, right? People have been demanding that, and that is actually the most upvoted issue on the Flutter repository. But you cannot actually do that without a JavaScript bridge, right? And that is why the Flutter team has not implemented it yet, because it's not very secure to do so. So this is kind of an alternate solution to over-the-air updates, right? And why this is an experiment is because, do you guys know this person? I don't know, but if you have ever, done anything with Flutter, and if you have been trying to debug something, then you would have come across his handle on a GitHub issue or Stack Overflow answer or whatever. His name is Ian Hickson. Just FYI, he is the Flutter team, he's the team lead for the Flutter open source Google project, right? And so basically he is one of the founding engineers of the Flutter team. He has written a lot of Flutter as you know it, right? And this was an initiative that was picked up by him, and he has done it. Now how that works is, how does this work? It has to, right? So how this works is that we'll go step by step. Cool? So just like how you use any other plugin or package in Flutter, you add RFW package inside your pubspec.yaml file. Cool? Very, very plain, simple. But see, we are not just engineers, we are also good product developers. So what we are trying to do over here is, we are also mentioning the version. Because what I said, RFW is an experimental. So if any experimental thing is always subject to changes. Plus it's always a good practice to add versions in your pubspec.yaml so that they do not break unintentionally. Okay? So we add RFW with the version in our pubspec.yaml file. Done? Then it's very simple. You just create a stateful widget, then you initialize runtime, then you initialize dynamic content, you fetch the file from your remote server, and then you parse it, and then you display it. Done. Kya hua? It is simple, but obviously not that simple, so I'll explain. So all of this code would look familiar to you, right? But there are some new words, right? For example, runtime is a new word. Dynamic content is a new word, right? Library of widgets is a new word. All of these things you haven't seen before. So we'll go into a bit more details into that. So over here, let's suppose for this demo, in Flutter, we are now talking about two types of widgets. Remote widgets and local widgets, okay? Local widgets are the widgets that you have always known. So if you have written Flutter code ever, or if you have seen Flutter code ever, you would know the local widgets. Container, scaffold, text, image, etc., etc., etc. All of these, let's suppose for the purpose of this demo, are local widgets, okay? Now, if we have to actually achieve server-driven UI, then these widgets also need to be present in some remote location, right? Because what does server-driven UI mean? That your server or your backend is able to control the UI that is being displayed on your application at any point of time, right? So all of those widgets, let's call them remote widgets. Now, how do you define remote widgets? Like I've been talking about server-driven UI and remote widgets for so long, but how do you define remote widgets? So basically, they are written in one particular way, which is not very different from local widgets, but we use two files for that, right? One types of files are written with an extension .rfw.txt. This is the file that you are going to write as a developer. This is the file that you are going to write. And there is another file called .rfw, right? That ends with .rfw. RFW stands for? Please, answer this when someone asks you in the quiz. So, RFW.txt. RFW.txt is the file that the user will generate, right? You will write this. .rfw file is the file that the system will generate for you. So you basically run a simple command, and the txt file that you have created yourself is then binary encoded, and that file is generated, right? And the .rfw file is the file that is going to be sent back from the server to the app. The app is going to parse it, and then some UI will render. We will see all of this step by step. This is an example of an RFW.txt file. This is what you create, right? So for example, when you talk about server-driven UI, server also has to know what UI to render, right? Server has to know what UI to render. So this is us telling the server ki this is the file that you are supposed to render on the app. Okay, so all of this code that we have written here, we are not going to write it in the app code base. So nothing is going to be hard coded and shipped out with the app. All of this will be inside a file that is stored with us at our server end, so that you do have something against me, no? ऐसे ही I'm in a dangerous spot. They'll all eat me alive I don't give them lunch. Cool. So basically, RFW.txt files are on the server, right? And that is something that you create. So you can always change them because they're on the server, right? It's not shipped and on the app somewhere on someone's device, right? So you can always change it, and when the next time your app runs, it will fetch the new updated file. Cool. So as you can see over here, nothing much different. Just like you write your normal code, similarly you can write your code over here in the RFW.txt file. Just a few caveats: the format is different, right? So you create a file like this. Then these are the steps. As I told you, you first prepare the RFW.txt file, then you run the encoder. I didn't mention the command over here because you can Google. Okay? Then the .rfw file is generated. This is the binary file that your app is actually going to use, right? And then you return it to the app. And then what app does with it, we will see in the next step. But in all the code that I've seen you up until now, I've shown you, God, what has happened with my English? But in all the code that I've shown you up until now, you would have seen that there were certain new elements, right? And these were the new elements that even if you are an experienced Flutter developer, you would not know about. The first two statements over here are called import code.widgets and import code.material. Anyone who has written any Flutter code at all knows that this is not how you write import statements, right? So what does these import statements signify? What does these mean? Basically, how the RFW package works is that it needs to know where the widget is coming from, right? So that's why you have something called a concept of library of widgets, right? So the RFW package already has two inbuilt libraries of widgets. One is, as you can guess, the core widgets library, and the other one is the core material library. You can also create your own library. You are free to create your own library of widgets as well. Cool. So these were for widget libraries that the RFW package is going to use to identify the widgets, right? To identify the source and the origin of the widgets. The other two statements that I briefly talked about when I was going through code like Rajdhani Express are runtime and dynamic content. Now what does runtime do? So let's say that I bring in a speaker who speaks French. I am sure some of you would understand French, but let's assume that none of you understand French, right? But since I have brought a speaker who speaks French and he's going to say something amazing, right? So there has to be some medium of translation, right? There has to be some setup that helps you to understand what the inputs that the speaker is giving, the value that the speaker is providing, right? That's what runtime does. Runtime lays the foundation and the premise for understanding what remote widgets are. It does the translation of those remote widgets into local widgets so that your app can understand the descriptions that you have written and it is able to render them on the app. Okay, that is what runtime does. Now what does dynamic content do? Dynamic content, as the name suggests, has two words, dynamic and content, which means content that can change, See, if you have a UI element, chances are high that there is going to be a state attached to that, right? So for example, let's just assume the normal counter app that Flutter generates, right? When you press a button, it updates the state of the text and it says, okay, you have pressed the button 0 times, 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. So that number is changing constantly, right? If you are shipping the UI from the server doesn't know how many times you have pressed the button. So there has to be a bridge to, transfer that knowledge of state from the local widgets to the remote widgets that are being rendered. That is what dynamic contents helps us with. So runtime, you can consider them as the airline staff. Basically, they are responsible for maintenance and operations of the airline, right? But please don't trust this GIF because this is KLM Dutch Airlines. They are known for being late. And dynamic content you can imagine as the earth. See, earth rotates, that is why day converts to night, night converts to day, and so on and so forth, right? So the state of time, the state of light in the day keeps on changing because of earth's rotation, right? All these factors like weather and everything happens because the earth is rotating, right? So that is a good analogy for understanding dynamic content, that there is something just like, day or night, and that is going to change because of some event. Have you guys seen that India-Pakistan match audience meme where the person stands like this and looks at the fielder who just dropped the catch? See, it is very difficult standing here to capture your attention. But when that drive train breaks, then I have to make more jokes. And I am not that funny of a person. So, it is kind of difficult. Please understand, sir. Don't do this. Yes, my earth spinning and rotating is back. Cool. So now we have understood dynamic continent. Not continent, sorry. Dynamic content. Now, in order to understand dynamic content better, what you might have missed in the description that I showed you when we were seeing what code that you write in the RW.txt file, if you look closely in this widget, you would see that there is a data.counter, right? That's not a hard-coded value. 0 or 1 or 2 or 22 is not written over there, right? It's data.counter. What that data is dynamic content, right? That data is the bridge between the interactions that happen with the local widgets on the UI of the app and what is rendered when the remote widgets are shown. Cool. So now we are coming to the Flutter side of things. All of these were how to prepare the UI files on the server, right? But again, you have to render all of this on the Flutter app, no? Then if you don't do that, then all of this is worthless. So not many steps. Chill hai, jaldi lunch karne milega. Okay. The first part is getting the Flutter app ready. So as in Flutter, everything is a... I'm so sorry for all these glitches, but your energy should not go down. In Flutter, everything is a... Very good. So, as you can see, we have created a widget. It's called example, right? And it's a stateful widget. We are now going through the code of the example state. You can see that we have the two now familiar classes, runtime and dynamic content. What we do is that we initialize runtime, we initialize data. As I told you, that runtime actually sets up the premise for understanding remote widgets, right? So in accordance to that, you can see over here that there are there is a function being called inside the init state. Init state is a lifecycle method that executes every time a widget is put into memory. The first function that executes, right? So we are what we are doing is that we are calling runtime.update. What that update method does is that it tells the runtime object that you have just created, ki bro, this is the library of widgets that you are supposed to know, right? So like just like telling an interpreter, ki, see, these are the languages that you are supposed to know, because the speakers who are going to come on the stage are going to be speaking in these languages. So if you do not know French or Spanish or English, then you won't be able to translate the content that the speakers are going to provide for the audience, right? You won't be able to parse the UI that you are fetching from the server and render it on the app. So basically you initialize the widget libraries. 2 widget libraries are already provided by the RFW package, which are those core widgets and material widgets, as you can see over here. And then you can see that at the bottom of the screen there is also a method. It's called update data. In that update data you are able to see that it says data.update counter, right? If you remember previously in the description file that we had created on the server, we had written data.counter, right? Over there we didn't know what data was, we didn't know what counter was. Data was the dynamic content and counter is like the key that we have created for this state. So every time we change the value of the counter, we will have to call this method so that in the remote widget also the change is reflected. The second step is to fetch the file from the server. I have not written the logic for that because it's very simple. You just have to download the file from your own server, right, wherever you have the file stored. Once you have read that file, we are not engineers, right? We are product developers and we are responsible product developers. And if you know anything about mobile application development, you would know that we are the people who get blamed for everything. Okay? So you have to be a responsible application developer and you have to know that never trust whatever is coming from the server. A server can send you an ABCD rhyme for all it matters, right? So you have to check what is coming from the server. You don't have to trust it blindly. So as good product developers, we will first check if the file exists, right? Because the file may not exist. So first we'll check if the file exists. Then while parsing the file also, we'll put it inside try-catch block. Just be prim, proper, dressed, well dressed, okay? And we will catch the error and everything. But let's assume that the ideal scenario is running properly. What will happen is that we will now, using the file that we've gotten from the server, we have now created a new library of widgets called main, right? And inside that main, we have our counter widget, the widget that we had created. So the third step is build the widget. You know, one thing that I really like about Flutter is how stupidly simple it is. For example, if you need an app bar, what is the widget for the app bar? If you need to center something, what is the widget for in order to center something? If you have to show a text, what is the widget? Text. If you have to show an image, what is the widget? So it's very stupidly simple, right? If you can speak English and you have a proper IDE, you will be able to write Flutter code, right? That is the kind of developer experience you get after developing with Flutter, right? So over here also, very stupidly simple. There is a widget called remote widget. What it takes, runtime and data. That is the runtime and the dynamic content objects. Then there is a very, very simple and self-explanatory name of a widget called fully qualified widget name, because they couldn't come up with another name, so they called it the description, fully qualified widget name. And what we pass to that is the library of the widgets that we want to render the widget from. In this case, it's our own library that we had created on the server. It's called main, and the widget that we had created on the server, which is called counter, right? Now, the interesting thing is that we have discussed how to bridge data. So for example, you have pressed the button 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. That value 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that we know how it comes, right? Because it's the dynamic content data bridge that happens between remote widgets and local widgets. But how do we know that the button was pressed? There has to be a way to know that the button was pressed also, right? So what we missed earlier was that in this description file, there was also one other thing that was unknown, which was event, right? There is a keyword called event that you can use to fire callbacks, right? So in the floating action button, there is an onPressed method, so in which you can define what happens when you press that button. Over there, you can pass an event called increment, and when you call that increment, you can actually handle it. You can actually handle it over here. So what's happening over here is that on event, it basically catches whatever events are coming from the remote widgets. In our case, increment. And when it's increment, it basically updates the counter, but it also calls that function that we had created, update data, so that the bridge gets updated too, right? Now, enough with all the code. Let's see it in action. This is screen recording. What's basically going to happen is, if you look closely, it's a very short, simple, sweet screen recording of 15 seconds. What's basically happening is that every time I refresh the app, it's a different UI, right? I have created two UIs on the server end, and every time the app gets refreshed, it's a new UI, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, this is server-driven UI for you in Flutter. Now you're clapping very hard, because now you're like, yeah, talk to khatam, let me get lunch. No, you won't get rid of me so easily. I still have 6 minutes. Even after those glitches, I still have 6 minutes. See, if you want to know more about RFW, if you want to explore more about how you can implement different types of examples, and how you can also ship logic along with not just UI but also logic, from your server, then please feel free to go to this repository. It's the official packages repository on the Flutter org on GitHub. Over there you will find RFW, and in the examples folder you will get all of these examples. Even the example that I demonstrated today. And yeah, that was more or less it. But see, this is your takeaway from today. Your takeaway from today is not that, app updates are slow. Your takeaway from today is not that, algorithms are scary, or app updates are like dementors, or your takeaway is not that you need a solution for server-driven UI in Flutter. Whatever I told you today, even if you Googled in the right direction, you would have found all that data, right? Whatever I showed you today, you could have learned on the internet. Why you are here is because communities like these and events like these help you get a sense of direction. What I can do for you today is pique your interest to a level wherein when you go home tonight, right, you will feel like, Ayush had said something about remote Flutter widgets. Let me just give it a try. Or if you are not a Flutter developer, you will be like, oh, we can do this in Flutter. Should I give Flutter a try, right? So your takeaway from today is that you need to be proactively curious, right? And that's the key summary of all of this talk, because I wouldn't be presenting this if I was not curious, right? I was curious enough to find out about this experiment and prepare these slides for you, right? Similarly, you have to be curious to proactively look for concepts like these, right? And go ahead and try them out, because that is how you learn and grow as a developer, right? That was my talk. Thank you, Chennai. Thank you so much. You can connect with me on Twitter, QR code hata diya. You have something against me, I know. It's fine. Cool. So you can connect with me on Twitter or LinkedIn or whatever. I am a social media freak. Cool. And thank you so much for attending. I hope you have a great rest of the day. Thank you. Sorry? As scalable as you can make it. Yes, I have. Cool. So I've just been informed that we have some Flutter goodies, and which are, I think, 2 t-shirts, 2 Flutter t-shirts and 3 pop sockets which have the Flutter brand on them. Now is the time that I test how much attention you were paying during my talk. Okay. So first question for the pop socket maybe. First we'll give away the pop sockets and then the t-shirts. Yes, yes sir. Yes, yes, it is across platforms. It is platform agnostic. That's your normal API request response thing. Nothing different. Basically, that's the normal network operation that you do in Flutter. Basically, as you would. That's a different topic altogether. Basically, what will happen, what you will do is that you will use some sort of a package like HTTP or DO, and that helps you make network interactions in Flutter, right? And then using that package, you will hit your server URL, get the file from there, load it into your local file system, parse it from there, and then do this. Yes, yes. Downloading the file is enough.
Hey,
any other questions?
I have one question here.
Yes, yes.
So basically, so the question is related to app review actually. So according to the guidelines by Apple or Google, we should not render dynamic content in the applications, right? So this could also be used as a mechanism to bypass certain things during app review, right? So in case you're launching a new feature, you could maybe use this feature to hide this basically during the app review process, so that it goes through. So
you could do that. You could do that even without this.
Okay.
You could just have a simple flag that fetches during the config call, and you can always do that. So there are multiple ways to do that, but that doesn't mean the solutions don't have to exist.
Yeah,
so,
I get that. Is there any guidelines like?
No, not really.
Got it.
Because see, nothing is foolproof. As soon as it becomes digital, it becomes vulnerable, right? So all processes, and that's why I always say that machines are not the point of failure in a system. We are. Because we know that there are guidelines and we want to bypass them, right? So humans are the principal point of failure in any system, not the machines. Yes, any more questions? Yes.
So these RFW TXT files will be residing in the server, right?
Yes.
So when shipping, will the size of the APK be will be very less, or?
I mean, see, generally code size does not impact a lot, you know, for the app size, for the APK size, or whatever build that you create. The code is generally the lesser proportion of the build size, right? So yes, it will be marginally lower, but not a lot low.
Thank you.
You can create your own widget libraries, so it supports everything. Any more questions? If there are more questions in favor of people being hungry and wanting to get lunch, let's take them offline, outside, okay? Let's just quickly do the giveaway. So, who wants to answer the first question? Because if I shout out the first question, then everybody will just shout out the answer. Who wants to answer the first question? I will let Naveen pick. Who wants to answer the first question? People interested, just raise your hand, he will pick. See, I have not been having a very comfortable time over here, so this cuts both ways. Just pick someone, no? Do you want me to ask you a tough question or easy question? Okay, cool. Tough question then, because you were paying attention. So, which are the two libraries, widget libraries, that are already provided by the RFW package? Core widgets and? And you lost your chance. Someone from here said material first. Yeah, so sorry, but the first socket has to go to them. Sorry? Core widgets and material widgets. core widgets and material widgets. Okay. Cool. So let's not go into the technicalities. Core widgets and material widgets. He gets the first pop socket. A round of applause. Thank you. Next question. Who wants to answer the next question? Okay, okay. I will. That person over there. You, huh? What is the full form of RFW? Bro, you raised your hand. If you are not able to answer this question, then it's very sad, sorry. Give it to him. It is remote Flutter widgets. You can give it to that person behind you. क्या यार? What? Last one. Okay. Tough call. Who wants to answer? Raise your hands. I am trying to find out if someone was not paying attention because a lot of you were. That person in the back. What is the file extension once you encode the .rfw txt file? Yes, that's right. Please give them. Cool, now for the t-shirts. See, these questions are not going to be very easy. Who wants to answer for the t-shirt? That gentleman in the front row. Front row, guys, pun. So the question is, which class is used to provide a data bridge between, for shipping the state between the remote widgets and the local widgets? Sorry, wrong. Who else wants to answer? Yeah, that girl. Yes, dynamic content, that's correct. Wow, you guys were really paying attention. That's nice. You can give it away, no problem. No conference t-shirts fit me also, it's fine. I keep giving them away. Okay, next question. Let me first think of a question because I can't find another difficult question. This was a good difficult question. Okay. Cool. Who wants to answer? This person has been raising. Yeah, you. Can you say that dialogue out for us, the KGF dialogue, but with the in context of this talk. You will need the mic. If you are confident, please tell me, otherwise I'll give someone else a chance. Your neighbor over there just seems too keen on answering this question.
App updates. App developers don't like app updates, but app updates like app developers.
App updates. App developers don't like, but app.
App updates. I avoid. I don't like app updates, but app updates I like. App updates like developers.
Anybody else wants to take a try?
Widgets. I don't like it, but I avoid. App updates, app updates, app updates. I don't app updates. I avoid it. But app updates likes me, so I can't avoid it.
I never thought that this was going to be the question that I was going to give a t-shirt away for, but this is how it is. The wait is now over. I am going to, get off this stage and you can go for lunch, and I will let Naveen be the next blocker for you. Thank you so much for listening to me.
This was probably the first time I heard Ayush do a lot of jokes and stuff. Seriously. But that was cool. I really loved it. Another round of applause for him, please. Cool. So now I know that you're all hungry. You'll have to go for lunch. But before that, just a small thing. Like I said before, you need to have those stickers which we gave initially for the lunch. If not, go to the registration desk and confirm with them and proceed to lunch. Also, you can take a plate. You can keep reusing it, right? You need not drop your plates if you want to go next time to the counter, okay? You can reuse the plates. So that's another one. So 2:15 we'll be starting the next session. So I know, but Ayush told some time. Can't complain. What else to do? I mean, so yeah, 2:15 we'll get back here for the next talk. All right, cool. So we can go for lunch now. I know you're hungry, not boring you more. See you guys. Meanwhile, our sponsor Evoltech is hiring. So you have the QR codes here to scan and search for hiring opportunities.
decided to switch to Kotlin from when there is no noise around, and I'll do a lot of video editing and all. So I public speaking, etc. So see, you have a knowledge, you have intention of helping the community, but you also need to grow your skills in these areas. So I was supported by Google programs on these fronts. I was a road to GDE mentee as well, where we learnt like how to apply for a GDE program, or how to basically promote your work. If I am writing a blog post or I am publishing a video, but I don't know how to promote it, right? So it reaches less members in the community. So see, I started and then I got so much back from the community that I am today here. So I would just say that it's just a start that you have to do, and then you have the community to support you. And this year, June 2022, I became the GDE.
Well, great, Bhavna. Well said. So we were talking about communities, and you mentioned that what you learn, you should share with others so that you get back what you give. So well said. So you also mentioned about WTM. We'll come to that. But before that, I thought I'll ask Ayush also about the GDE program. So Ayush, how did all these communities help you on your journey to become a GDE?
It's all about the communities. I mean, engineering and development and technology in itself is not an individualistic entity. There is no such thing as being an individual in tech. There's always a community in tech. There's always a collaborative effort. Can you imagine coding any single piece of code without referring to anything? You always refer. Either it's either GitHub or Stack Overflow, whatever. So even if you do not particularly acknowledge it, but communities are always around you and with you in every step of your journey in the tech industry, right? And that was the case for me as well. In fact, for me, GDG Chennai came as a blessing. I was here as a BTech student doing my graduation from SRM, and I came to know about GDG Chennai. I joined the group. I started attending events. I started speaking at events. And once you start speaking at events, there's kind of a hook, right? You're hooked in. And once you're hooked in, and once you are used to getting in that value that you can provide to the community, that's a never-ending loop. And once you become a part of that loop, that the special place that the community gives you, you want to stay there, right? And in order to stay there, you have to keep giving back to the community, because everything you know, and there's no single person over here who can say that they are a developer just because they put in so much of effort. You are a developer, or you are an engineer or a designer or a part of the tech fraternity because the community was there to help you. And same was the case for me. I started speaking, I started writing, I started giving back to the community in whatever way it was possible for me, and just being consistent in that process, just being honest in the efforts that I wanted to, give back to the community. I think that got the attention of Google Developer Relations Managers or the Flutter team, and then I became a GD. So it's, there's a saying that you have to first do the job that you aspire for, right? So everyone becomes a GD before they become a GD, right? You first have to act like a GD to become a GD. So it's not about that title. It's not about getting a badge of honor or something. It's about giving back to the community and getting recognized for the same. That's it.
Well said, Ayush. So a lot of it is true. I mean, you contribute to the community, and that's what makes you as an individual, right? Only when you start supporting a group of people, they start supporting you so that you become what you wanted to be. So that is very well said. So I'd like to talk about the WTM Women Tech Makers program. We have 3 women here who are already part of the Women Tech group and contributing to the community and uplifting women in this community. So I'd like to start with Vasundhara. So you are a WTM ambassador, if I'm not wrong. So could you share insights on how has the program helped you, and what are you doing to help others in the community?
Okay, so my association with the WTM community started last year as I became the organizer for GDG Lucknow. I was onboarded as a WTM ambassador also at that particular time. And with that, I came to realize like, okay, we talk about women progressing in tech, but still we see a gap. You see the audience at present also. Like everywhere we have live examples of how many women and the underrepresented communities turning up. So WTM gave me that perspective that, okay, even if you're interested in tech, why are you not speaking up? Even I was not that person who used to speak up and like be very active, okay. It maybe started like in my 3rd year and 4th year of college. And then with this coming up, I came to know about all these programs as she also mentioned, like these WDA programs and everything. So being ambassador, especially members also do get a chance to attend all these things. But when you become an ambassador, you get to witness them on the forefront. You have more opportunities to speak, to learn, to gain from them, and then to give back. So that is not just, and I would also like to mark here that the name is WTM, which means Women Tech Makers, but it is not really restricted that our events are supposed to be for women. Okay, I would also want to give an example that we had this initiative known as I Am Remarkable. And earlier it was supposed to be just for the females and the underrepresented communities, but lately they have started it for everyone and it's open for everyone, because we understand that, okay, it's not just like the females need upliftment, but everyone. So the motive behind this is like to bring up people to speak on things, to give back to the community, but the crowd is necessarily not restricted. And I diverted from your question, but then what you asked, how it has helped me, is the way that I am speaking up here. Definitely, if I wasn't a part of it, I would not have been this good, I would believe. So yeah, it has definitely helped me.
So that really is true. I mean, regardless of who you are, speaking up is more important, right? So on that point, I really do agree. And this program does help, the group to, come up, feel comfortable among people, share their thoughts, make themselves visible to the community, right? That's very important.
I would want to add one thing that even I had this notion. Okay, so if I'm an engineering student, there are so many girls here. I believe they are engineering students or maybe from other field as well. So they think, okay, tech is something they are good in, but they're not able to speak more about it because they see more representation from the other group. Okay, and that is one particular reason that we feel intimidated at times. And I have personally felt it. So, but then coming up and speaking here, WTM giving me a platform made me realize it's not that way, okay? If you know it, then you can do it. It's not about that, okay, only, even the crowd, I believe, they have this notion in mind, like, okay, if we are going to have a technical talk from, let's say, a male speaker and versus a female speaker, I believe the crowd generally gets inclined towards the male speaker because that has been the notion, but that has been the trend. It's not something wrong on either sides, but it's been the notion of it. But WTM programs give us the platform to actually shift the notion and to make this like trend to go. Okay, it's like individual, it depends on the individual. It does not depend on the gender bias or anything. It's just what your knowledge is and what your capability is.
That is so true. Thanks, Vasundhara. So on those points, apart from just what you do, who you are is also important. That matters too, wherever you are, regardless of whether you're in a community or at a workplace, it matters who you are. So identity is really important. So thanks for that point. Continuing on to that, you are also a GDG organizer and Som is also leading GDG in Chennai. So either of you could talk about how GDG as a community is helping you guys, and how is the experience for you to host meetups and conferences? So either of you could like to go?
Okay. So yeah, I'll take it up. So today I talked about Jetpack Compose, right? So today Relay is on alpha stage, and Compose is on beta. So for an example, like 2 years before, I started giving a talk on Compose. I was working at Cube Cinemas, and there we did not use Compose at all. Okay, it was XML, also Java. So I did not have a chance to try Compose at all. But just because I'm going to give a talk, I learned Compose, and I also on the alpha stage, I looked into all of the resources. It was very less on alpha stage, so it made me go through all of the hurdles to find out the documentation, if not just from the comments or running it and experimenting it. I did all of those, and I was one of the person who tried Compose on a very early stage. So this gave me a leverage when I wanted to switch my job and move to Hotstar. So Hotstar was working on another app completely built from scratch, where they used Compose from the start, like entirely 100% Kotlin. Okay, so this gave me a very good leverage over other things, and this helped me to put in my resume on the top. Okay, so that's how I feel community is helping me. Because of the community, I'm forced to try something new so that I can present to the audience. Meanwhile, I'm also learning in the journey, and that is helping me to on a whole to my career as well. So that's how I see community helping me. So this has been this is one example. So this has been the same things starting from Android, be it moving to MVVM model, any of those. First thing that I would try it because I'm going to give a talk tomorrow. So that's how I learn most of the new things that are coming in Android. So yeah, that's how it is.
That's really great. So, obviously, so whatever you do for the community, it's not just that, the group is benefiting from it. It's also the individual. So just like you mentioned, there are some times where, my parents have told that if you teach somebody, you also learn, right? Also, Juhi also mentioned in a talk that when you teach somebody that you learn things and you remember it forever, which is so true. And we're so glad to know that, communities like GDG has helped personally in your career. And I do really hope that, communities like this help everybody in their careers. So amazing. So talking about communities and careers and, personal life, so I'd like to understand for somebody who is into community at work also. So Juhi, you are in the community, not just outside work, but also at work. You manage communities in your work also. So everything you see is community, right? In your personal life, outside, you go meet people, everything is community. So how does it feel?
So I think it feels great because even in my session I mentioned that I'm a product of a community, right? So I think just like everyone else, my journey also started with Women Tech Makers and GDG Chennai when I attended one of the event. For me, like Ayush mentioned, communities are about three things. First is that everything about what we do is about communities, because nothing in the world exists without a community. In the society which you live, that's basically a bunch of people living together as a community. Either in Gujarat, the people who follow Gujarati culture, they live together and goes with different cities as well. But coming back to tech, the other part which you would have noticed in all the other panelists as well is that none of them tried to become a Google developer expert or WTA ambassador or GDG organizer. What they tried is to give back to the communities, right? And this cannot be forced. I cannot force you that, come and contribute to the particular project which I'm working, or come and contribute to the particular platform which I represent from my company, right? At the end, what is important as a community builder and community manager for us is to find the value which that particular developer or a person is going to get out of contributing to your community, And from a member perspective, what I would say is that, again, mentioned by other people, that the learning period is never going to end. And nobody is expert. So whatever you know, you can start sharing, and it doesn't have to be always on the stage, right? I never aspired to be WTM ambassador, to be honest. I just helped the organizers, WTM ambassadors, manage those events. I started presenting sessions, and things happened very organically to me. And I think that's all other people should do. Remember, community is about belonging and togetherness and helping other people. So I think as long as you're contributing back to the community, you will get enough recognition. You don't even have to, add that as a goal that I want to be ambassador, organizer, or get recognized. Just keep contributing, and I think it will help you.
That is really insightful. Thanks, Juhi, for that. So continuing with that question, I'd like to ask to the GDEs. You are an expert in your field, and not just in the community, professionally you also do the same tech, right? At some point of time, we often feel like you're doing the same tech forever, and you come back from work and come to the community and do the same tech. How do you keep up that spirit and motivation, although outside of work you don't show your frustration from there? Either of you can talk, Bhavna. I'd like probably hear from both of you.
Well, to me, I love Android to an extent that I wake up and, making my morning tea. If it's going to take time, I like switching on to the YouTube channel, Android Developers, what's new. But then I think, no, I should take a break, some personal break. So it's like, I'm very passionate about Android. So I never get bored. And that's how, and it helps. You are an expert in a technology, and at your work you're doing the same thing. So you don't need to, take out extra time to learning something new. I mean, you learn something new in the same technology, right? And you share your experiences back with the community. So that helps, because for us women especially, we have the other responsibilities as well. I'm mother of a 10-year-old son. So I have to look after his studies, his development. They fall sick quite often. So all this balancing your personal life, then work, and it helps when you have same tech. But you should be passionate, you should be loving what you're doing, right? Even at your workplace or at your community. Otherwise you start and somewhere you feel like, okay, no, this is not something I wanted to do. So having that passion is important, and that helps me.
Ayush, would you like to add something more?
As Juhi and Bhavna mentioned, it cannot be forced out of you. Nobody can point a gun to you and say that please contribute to this community. Oh, sorry. If someone is pointing a gun at you, they won't say please, but it's fine. But it cannot be forced out of you. It has to be voluntary. And contrary to popular misconception, Google is not paying us to do this. Okay? So it is all voluntary. And that is where the passion comes in. And, just going back to the question that Naveen asked, I think that community and the work that I do specifically for Flutter, for the community, actually helps keep it interesting. Because, if it doesn't matter how passionate you are about anything in life. Let's call it anything in life, right? It doesn't matter how passionate you are. After one point of time, you are going to get bored of it, right? It will become monotonous. All of us are humans. It will happen, right? And there will be a feeling of growing out of that passion, right? And that is where communities come in, especially for me. That is where communities come in. Communities help bring the interesting stuff out from the same technology, right? So for example, it doesn't matter what version of Flutter I'm using at work or what projects I'm currently working on at work. I can always, take a step back, build in a different direction and do whatever I want and experiment when it comes to community contributions, right? So it keeps that spark alive, right? With the technology that you're using in. But yeah, at times, see, I will be very honest with you, brutally honest. At times that is also not enough sometimes. So it's just okay to take a break, step back, do something else. And this is something that you will have to learn eventually if you are a new developer or someone new in the tech fraternity. Eventually you will need to learn how to take a break, because all of us have been bound by hustle culture so much that all we want to do day in, day out, every week of the year is just hustle and work hard towards building a career for ourselves and making our place in the tech community, which is fair. It's fine. But you will need to learn how to take a break and come back refreshed and rejuvenated so that you can run the long game. It's not a sprint. It's not like you do something within a week and it's done, right? You have to keep this passion and this energy alive for a very long period of time. So eventually you will have to figure out for yourself very personally how to keep it interesting and how to take a break when you need it the most. Because if you don't, you are going to get burnt out, and that is not a state that you want to be in.
Cool. Thanks, Ayush and Bhavna. So you both mentioned a lot of about taking a break, stepping back, thinking about what to do next, or if not next, think about what new in what you're working on, which is really cool to talk about. So adding on to that, talking about communities and stuff, this is a general question from the audience as well, from a couple of people I've heard. So how can somebody contribute to a community? If contributions, how? What sort of contributions? So this is an open-ended question, so anybody can take this up.
Okay, so I also individually was asked this question today as well, and in any other conference I attended. To everyone, I have just said this, that if you are really passionate about giving back to the community, start by attending these meetups, these conferences. Start by actually following what they are doing, how they are doing. Talk to the other volunteers. Okay, organizers are of course there, but how the volunteers have come in, how they have pitched in, how they have helped us in putting up such events. Talk to them first and ask them what is the pathway to it. And if you are really good in, for example, we need volunteers, we need a large force to organize these many events. We need content people, we need design people, we need people who create the agendas, we need people who have a good social media engagement, who can do the poster designing, put up a post there, who can do marketing, reach out to sponsors. So whatever field you think you can contribute in, you can just pitch in your things, and you can get your visibility by connecting with the organizers, volunteers, showing up at the events. And not just one event would help you, like, okay, so I believe so many of you have come here. Next time if GDG Chennai organizes any event, the people who come up again and they show interest because they are genuinely interested in learning things and they are interested in contributing as well. So those people will come under the eyes of the people who are here, and they would want you in the team. So that is how you can get the visibility, and then of course pick your area of expertise, tell the organizers and the fellow volunteers that you want to contribute here, and no one will stop you. Of course, this is an area where we of course need help, and everyone needs help. Every organizer sitting here, every GDE would agree on this, that we need help, and as many people contribute, it would make it a bigger event and a bigger success. So that is what I feel. And also, just I would say, to keep that motivation going on, don't just think that if you become a volunteer, it's all about, okay, you are getting extra benefits or something. I have seen people, okay, I have personally organized events, and there I have seen some set of people who just come there, okay, we are the volunteers, we need some special extra things than from the attendees. So that shouldn't be your motive, I believe. If you are only like willing to give back, then only come up. Okay, don't come up for extra benefits, because that is not why we are here as well. As everyone mentioned, even the GDEs, even we are not getting paid for this. Okay, we have our specific jobs for where we work hard. This is something that we do out of curiosity, out of joy, out of our passion. So if you find joy in giving back, then only come up, help us, because we need you all.
I would actually like to build on top of that. So, when asked this question, that how can I contribute to the community, I generally have a counter question. I have a question for all of you, and I would just like to see a show of hands, if you do that, right? How many of you pay tax? Okay, hands down. How many of you have ever bought a chocolate in your life? Utha. All of you, right? All of you. If you have ever bought a chocolate in your life, all of you have paid tax, right? Tax does not mean income tax. You do anything, you pay tax. All of you being here is a community contribution, right? It's not like you have to do something out of the ordinary to be a community contributor, right? Just you showing up here, taking time out for yourself, for fostering your curiosity, and for just meeting new people. This is a community contribution, right? All of you already are community contributors, and please give yourself a huge round of applause for that. All of you are community contributors. So, contributions don't need to have a face. Contributions don't need a pedestal. Contributions are just there, right? Many people who contribute so avidly to your life, you don't even know them, and you may never know them in your life, right? So just the simple act of showing up to a conference, the simple act of tweeting, the simple act of resharing a post, the simple act of liking or commenting, right? All of those things which do not even take 0.1% of your day may also be community contributions, right? All you need for all of this to happen, all you need to be a contributor is have intent. If you have a positive intent, you, my friends, are already community contributors, right? Yeah, that was.
That was great, both of you. Thank you, Ayush, for adding on top. So definitely well said, Ayush. So, just without you all in this auditorium, right? Without you all, DevFest Chennai wouldn't have been this amazing, right? Just an empty hall, just us talking wouldn't make any sense. So yeah, that is the biggest contribution for you guys. So thank you so much. Despite the rains, despite the weather, climate, how it is, you chose to show up here. That is amazing. So moving forward, another famous question which came from the crowd was, Som, for you, how to join GDG Chennai?
Okay, so yeah, we always wanted volunteers. We are always running short of volunteers. So how can you join now? Like we have multiple ways to join. It's not something like applying at a company or something. So you just have to do your own, attend all the events. You will get to know that what we are doing. And say, for example, for this DevFest, there has to be a person who has to design the ID cards, design the posters, and then print things and get it done. And then the most important things like designing the website and hosting it and having it. All of those things were handled by our volunteers. We also did an check-in app that couldn't show up. In fact, the check-in app was almost ready. That we could not accommodate all of the attendees over there, so we couldn't use that today. So that is also a contribution day and night volunteers have been making. So we have lots of things that needs to be sorted, and now we are thinking of having a dedicated app or something for the whole meetup. Is not working now well, so we are trying to have an in-house project on that. So we are looking forward for volunteers who can support on these things, especially not on physical presence, as well as like something on the open source part of it. So yeah, things are just there. You just have to show up every day and show your interest, and we will automatically choose even. That's how most of the volunteers that we have is self-driven. We did not pick and choose anyone. They just came up every day and they helped us on few things, and that's how we chose.
True, Som. In fact, you mentioned about the volunteers. The very term volunteer, it means voluntarily coming up to do something, right? In fact, that was so true for DevFest Chennai because I was part of the team looking at all the stuff. So a lot of people came in voluntarily to do stuff. They were not told to do certain things, but they pitched in. They came in, they jumped to do the work and get it done. The website, so we were talking about open source. We, in fact, open sourced our DevFest website. And people started to contribute to it, right? So a couple of GDG members jumped in to help us with, doing small edits and stuff. So those are all contributions. So even without telling them to do something, they were ready to do it. So that's how things work out in this community. So thanks, Som. So that's pretty much from my end to ask all of you. In case anyone's got something to ask, we can take 2 questions at least.
Yeah. So you all are talking about giving back to the community, but for example, I'm a second year undergrad student from VIT Chennai. Many of my friends and many of the freshers don't know where to start with development or to do what to do in college. So me and a couple of my friends got together. That's a technical fest which happens every year at VIT Chennai. That's called as Techno VIT. So we got together and conducted an event for that. So I taught Android development, really basic stuff to the freshers. So like 150 students came up for the event, but it was really hard to make those 150 students to come, and many of them just came for the OD. So they weren't really interested in. So what I want to do is, I don't. It was a successful event in our college, but I want to make it. I want to spread it to other colleges as well, so that, for example, one of my cousins is in another college, and he has not even heard some of the really common terms about development and all. So I really want to spread whatever we are doing at our college. So basically, I want to start a community, create a community. So do you guys have some advice on how to create a community which is solely focused for a specific task?
Okay, so just because I have been into this field, and even when I asked the same question in one of my event to IWT, it was even then there were a lot of panelists. I asked, how do I encourage my college student and college girls to come out and participate in all those events? And that lady, she gave me a very nice answer, and that stuck to my head, and that's what I have been doing so far, is that you have to become a representative for them, right? When you do something, when they see you achieving something out of these communities, you don't even have to put efforts to create the communities or spread the awareness, right? People will see you as an example, and then they'll start following you on the footsteps, right? Now, coming back to creating a community is not 150 member or 100 member or 20 member, right? Community is, it could be even a 5 member. Or the goal for you here is to build the projects, and you don't have, so that's the problem with us, right? We always want to try to make a bigger impact, and in that case, most of the time, we are missing out the small impacts which we can do. Start with 5 developer communities. I mean, who has asked us to create a 200 or 300 developer communities? I remember for WTM Chennai, the first event which we did, we had only 3 members. One was a speaker, one was an organizer, and one was an attendee. But then still we did that event. It's all because we wanted to contribute. And the one thing which I learned back in my office is that number doesn't matter. Even if 5 people are showing up for your event, make sure that your content is good enough for them to go out and talk about what was their experience, right? So focus on such things rather than bigger impact. Start with small, and trust me, organically everything will fall, right? So I think the takeaway which I would tell you that don't look out for numbers. Communities start small. Look out for contents and the value which you will be giving to your communities. That should be focused. As long as you have that, it might take some time, but at the end, you're going to reach to the goal of X number of developer community which you want to build, right? Thank you.
Hello ma'am, myself Shubhankar Yadav. I'm currently pursuing BTech Cybersecurity. One question I wanted to ask, if you could redo your learning part, what you are right now, you forget about that. If you could redo from engineering phase, BTech phase, how you would have shaped that phase, ma'am? Because in this year, I'm in second year. First year, I was fully confused. People used to say me, explore. How can I explore? I didn't know. I used to go for hackathons and stuff. But still, people in third year of my college, they are very uncertain about what to do. If you can give something, I'm holding a community in my college of 3,000 students. We teach them about domains, how they can learn. But they are not sure which domain they should select. If we say them learn Web3, they will run at start learning Web3 without knowing what exactly is their interest. How can they find their interest and redo? Can you say, please?
So I think I'll just take 1 minute because I was one of the person. When I was back in college, like I have been mentioning, I started my community career in third year. So I didn't know what I wanted to do. There was a time, I remember last time in DevFest, I said it very loudly that I wanted to be a data scientist and I was interested into machine learning. But what I'm doing right now is developer relation, right? And I'm telling you as well, you have zero idea what you're going to be after 5 years. And it's never going to be constant for you, right? So for them also, if you're telling them to learn Web3, let them learn. If you're telling them to learn Flutter, let them learn. And after they explore all these things, then I think the call is theirs. So in my case, there was a time I was into cybersecurity. There was a time I was into front-end development. There was time I was into machine learning. And currently I'm working more on developer experience and working as a DevRel, right? So and I'm not even sure what I'm going to do after 10 years. So there are people like that where we are not so sure what interests us more. What we do is we are seeing people talking more about data scientists. We find it interesting. We want to learn. There is nothing wrong in learning, right? And then later on they can explore. As long as you are making them learn something, it's good. Their future is in their hand. Your goal is to help them learn something. And as long as you are doing that, I don't think so you need to be worried about. But I would let other people add as well. Because there would be somebody who would be very sure about what they want to do.
No, it's not about being sure about what you want to do. I would suggest that don't tell them to learn this or that. Just make them attend sessions. So for example, if let's say someone is giving a session on Flutter, make them attend that. If someone is giving a session on ML, make them attend that. Let them decide for themselves what tickles their brain, what piques their interests, and from then let them go there. And to answer your first question, if I had to redo my learning, I won't change a damn thing. Because if you change anything, you change the present. If you change anything in the past, you change the present also. I love my present, right? And you wouldn't want to change your present. So please don't think about redoing things. Think about fixing things and optimizing for things that you prioritize moving forward. Don't think about what has already happened.
Well, thanks a lot, all of you. You have given a lot of insights on various topics, communities, tech, health, right? All that. So amazing. I know a lot of questions would pop up in all of your minds, but for the interest of time, we would have to move on with the next talk. So thank you, everybody. Thanks for thank you to the panel. So we shall move on with the next set of talks. These are lightning talks, which are short 10 minutes talks, right? So we'll start with those. So the very first talk would be from Shruti, where she's talking about, something related to the women tech makers. So becoming the family's first women going into STEM, right? So I'd like to invite Shruti to take over this talk.
Hello everyone, Vanakkam Chennai. Hi. Hi. So myself, I'm Shruti. Thank you so much for the sweet introduction. Can I have the PPT? as maybe that's going to take a couple of minutes. I would really like to thank all of you for staying here because I know this is a choice. You have chosen to stay here, listen to this session. So thank you so much for that. This really means a lot to me. Well, so let it take some time. So the topic that I've decided to speak about today is becoming the first, or let's say the family's first women in STEM. Do you know what is STEM? STEM? Yes, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Nice. So, anybody, can you please raise your hands? Like anybody who's the first person in their family to get into this, or in their circle? Yes, we have quite a lot of people, and that is the reason I chose this particular topic to speak, because I know many people can relate to this, right? Well, sleepy already? I really need my slide. Yes. Here it is, slideshow. I think this happened to the GDE, right? The expert, Flutter expert. We have it over here. Okay. So, yes, this is the topic that I've chosen to speak. Yes. Now, what is becoming without speaking about journey, right? Obviously, the journey. But trust me, it's not going to be that boring. As I have only like 10 minutes in my hand, I'm going to go in 1.5x speed. So please tolerate me, okay? So I have actually divided this into 4 modules, okay? Each module explaining a part of my journey. The first module, the very first thing I want to talk here is, what is journey without taking you all back in time with me? The flashback. So, speaking about the flashback, many years back, when I was born as a girl child. So, as soon as my parents found out that I was a girl child, doctor. Because girl child will be very patient, kind, blah, 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 blah. But this is where I went wrong, right? Because the journey didn't start here. It started here, way before that, when I was just a fetus. Because if baby is girl, then of course, doctor. But yeah, so see, this might be a joke, but that is the reality, right? Even the movies are representing the same. Do you recollect this picture from Nanban movie? Yes. And for those of you don't know about Nanban movie, 3 Idiots. For all of 3 Idiots fans. So this is the reality. But I had this burning desire. I had a change of mind and heart when I saw the movie Endiran. Yes. So when people come and ask me like, Shruti, what do you want to become? I'll just turn around, look, and I'll be like, robotic scientist. It's like, what? It's like, robotic scientist. It's like, why are you murmuring? It's like, because my parents are not there. I say that only when my parents were not there. So whenever they were there, I was like, yeah, I want to become a doctor, I want to serve people, and all that kind of things. But yeah, this is how it started. But the transition was not that simple, it was not a joke at all. Because I not only have to tell my parents that I want to get into STEM and not medicine, I'm also breaking a 15 years of dream, right? So I had to be empathetic. I had to be patient with them. But I always stood up for my ambition, for my dream, and that's how I got into engineering. And I don't know how many people can relate to this, but engineering is my passion, okay? So that takes us to the module number 2. Arambam. So for those who do not speak Tamil, Arambam means initial start or initial stage, start, whatever you want to name it. So yeah, this happened right after, breaking this whole bomb on my parents, right? Now, just like any other start, it felt like a fairy tale to me. It was truly the honeymoon phase. Do you know why? Because I dreamt of releasing one application on Play Store every single month, learning one programming language every single month. That kind of absurd dreams I had during this stage. Like, I was really in love, guys, seriously. But just like any other love, right? I did have a set of drawbacks or hardships, and that is the lack of guidance. So, being first or in your circle or in your family means that you also lack the guidance. But do you know why I mention it here? Because this also fuels another part, lack of awareness. See, I did not know about IITs, JEE exam, even VIT, SRM, nothing. Like, I knew nothing. I just knew that I wanted to get into engineering. And I didn't know any of these things until I was in my grade 12th. That was the end of it. So that made me wonder, like, how many talented people are, missing the opportunities just because of this lack of guidance, lack of awareness. But like any other humankind, we have to get through this. So I did, and yes, I'm out of the Arambam. See, now I have this slide. We are in the module 3, but there is a reason why I have it all in red color. It's like, why do you think I have all in red color? It's like Ratta Bhumi, right? What do you think that would be? Experience, because imagine having those kind of fairy tales and then, moving straight to experience. So it was really a Ratta Bhumi. But see, in experience, no complaints at all. I am beyond grateful to get internships because, see, no amount of self-learning really did prepare me for this. I'm being very brutally honest. But I did learn like so much of my hard skills only through this, right? I even learned to tackle like the stress and all that, guys. So yeah, that was there. So speaking about hard skills, I also have to speak about club activities. So I started to volunteering in like clubs and societies way before starting my internships. So believe it or not, I used to be in the extreme kind of introversion many years back, right? I won't even talk. I'm still awkward, but it was like on the extreme end. So the club activities really did fuel my soft skills. So, okay, yeah, now I have hard skills, I have soft skills. But if there's something that's equally important to both of these things, networking. It's like the cherry on the top, right? It's like the sprinkles on the donuts. So, yeah, one of the reasons even why I'm standing here, it's actually because of networking. So let's say you have hard skills. Networking will make it easier. Like soft skills, through networking, you might, start to develop your hard skills. So that's how impactful networking is. But you might be thinking like, Shruti, you spoke about Ratta Kalam. What is this? It's just like anybody can do this. People are doing this, right? I did not add experience to talk all this. I added experience to talk about 2 bugs. The first bug is imposter syndrome. I know, right? I mean, how many of you know about imposter syndrome? Raise your hands, please. Yes, we have quite a few people. Okay. So this is something everybody faces. I'll just tell you what it is in simple terms. Let's say you have a skill. Okay. You have that skill, but you believe that you don't have the skill. You have that skill, but you think that you're not actually ready to take up any jobs for it. You do not believe yourself. You do not trust yourself. You self-doubt yourself, but you have that skill. That's what we call as imposter syndrome. And believe it or not, many women face this to the extreme on a daily basis. And I've personally faced this as well way before, like during my Arambam stage, like, but I don't complain anyone because my dreams were like that. But it could start with a simple sentence like, no, women, they are not meant for text. They are meant for organizing things, management. It could start as simple as that, either by your coworker or even one of your close friends. So, yeah. But that made me think like, wait, why this exists in the first place, right? Why? Underrepresentation. See, there is a reason why there exist so many clubs and societies here, right? Like WTM, Women in Engineering Affinity Groups, we have so many. And there are still more being founded. So there is a reason why that is happening, because this is the reality, right? You won't believe, like, yes, you might go do an internship. Your coworker might not actually, look at your work. It happens. It happens to a lot of people, actually, a lot of my friends and everyone. So being underrepresented, not only of women, because this can be applied to like any other vulnerable genders out there, except one gender. For now, they are privileged, but we are trying to change that, right? We are trying to make it more equal. So let's say I put out to everyone out here. So you guys, regardless of your gender, do advocate and raise your voice, not only for women, but also for all the other vulnerable genders out there, not only those who are trying to get into STEM, but also any other field, because it matters. Your voice matters. One step at a time, okay? Now, okay, enough with all this Rattakalam and all that. I'll just take you to the 4th module, right? Arambam Index 1. It's still Arambam because I'm still a student. I'm still in my final year, so I wouldn't call myself skilled. I'm still in my starting stage. Yes, I did internships and all that, but it's still Arambam. So if you ask me, like, Shruti, what is the difference that, between your Arambam Index 1 to Arambam Index 0? I would say the mindset. I cannot stress this enough, like how important this is. Let's say your mind is the motorcycle, right? Then your mindset is the fuel. It is that important. Like, I'll just give it like all these stars, more than 5 stars. But yeah, mindset is very important. And you might ask, like, okay, mindset, all right. But what exactly? What do we actually have to have in our mind? Speak up. So if you are someone, who's facing criticism by, either your classmates or colleagues, co-worker, speak up. Speak up for yourself. If you think your work is being underrepresented, speak up, because you need to do that. And there's something similar to that, and that is standing up. Standing up for yourself. Stand up for your rights. And stand up for the things you know that is right. Not you think that is right, you know that is right. Okay? But yes, everybody will speak about speaking up, standing up. But if there's something that I want to give it to you, that would be stay humble. Why? Because celebrating victories by putting others or any other gender down is not the way or not the path that we want to take, right? Let's say you made a mistake. Accept it, learn it, just become better. There's no harm in it, right? And let's say you have won all your victories. Stay humble and grounded. Do you know why? Do you know why that is important? Because who can bring in the change? It's you. You are bringing in the change, right? It's you. It's us. It's everyone. So what is the point in bringing all this toxic kind of changes? Just don't bring that at all then, right? So the change that we are looking forward to, the change that we want, the change that we aspire to have in this world begins by your determination, continues by your persistence. So yes, that is me signing off. Thank you so much, GDG Chennai, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. We can connect on all these social handles. And thank you so much for listening to me patiently, to everyone over here. Thank you. And yes, I would also take this moment to thank my mentor, Mr. Krishna Kumar sir, and all of my GDSC and Delta X3 members who are also my close friends for supporting me. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, that was really amazing to listen to a lot of insights about all the struggles and all the problems that I faced. Shruti, thank you, thanks a lot, and thanks for adding all those movie references. Those were really cool. So awesome. So moving on to the next talk, another lightning talk. It's from Ishan, who's a tech enthusiast. Basically, loves to explore anything around tech, anything that runs on electricity. So he's an active open source contributor as well. Does HackerRank as well. Are you at HackerRank? Yeah. So he works at HackerRank as well. So Ishan, I'll give it over to you to introduce yourself and all.
Thank you. Let me just get this up on the screen. Yeah. I have to press this one or this one?
Don't worry.
Okay. I'll do without this. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Cool. I hope everyone can hear me. Can you? I was going to start with hello, folks, but since I'm in Chennai, I'll do it in a South Indian style. This is the first time I'm in South India, and Vanakkam. I hope I pronounce this correctly. But yeah, thank you so much for joining us today. We'll be taking a journey into web animations, how web animations came into the picture, how it all started back in 1987, and where we are headed next. I know this is supposed to be a lightning talk, so I'll just put 10 minutes on the clock, and I'll take this up as a challenge. Let's see if we can get this going. Okay, timer has started. So I think, first of all, it becomes customary that, I should introduce myself. I know I look way cooler in that picture over there. That's because of Photoshop and a cool friend of mine who owns a DSLR. But yeah, I'm Ishan. I'm a final undergraduate. I'm currently pursuing my bachelor's in computer science. And I'm working as an intern at HackerRank. And I'm an app developer, a web developer, and sometimes I do post some crazy stuff on Dribble as well. And I've been working with the web for almost 8 years now. I started in 7th grade because of a breakup. I wanted to create something cool for my crush. And yeah, I just love building cool stuff on the internet, and that's pretty much about it. Oh shit, I just realized that this is getting live streamed as well, so all my relatives will get to know that I had a breakup in 7th grade. But yeah, before jumping to the actual topic, I really want all of us to understand the importance of micro-interactions, why something like web animations or micro-interactions is even important, right? So I just did a random Google search, and this is literally the first thing that came up. I'm literally reading from the first search result itself. Micro-interactions are events which have one main task, a single purpose, and they're found all across your device and within apps. Now, how do you define this task? How do you define this single purpose, right? And while I was searching for that, this is what I came across. This is a blog post by Vamsi where this is how he puts it. Their purpose, micro-interactions, their purpose is to delight the user, to create a moment that is engaging enough, welcoming, and they will say it, the most important part, human. And I'm not sure how many of you still remember seeing up these dial-up connections back in those days, Windows XP. This was my era, when I started in school, when I went through that breakup. This is how I connected to the internet. There were no fiber optics, nothing. And early on, browsers were really designed for all of these animations rather than scrolling. They were designed to be mere document viewers, where people can share research papers and share information and everything else. And the first sort of animation that we actually had in web was GIFs. These were introduced back in 1987. It was mostly used by companies to, animate or kind of like rotate their logos. If you have seen those screensavers in Windows XP, those kind of animations. And now we use it for sharing memes on WhatsApp, of course. And back when browsers were still at war, there were not a lot of cross-standard platforms to support, to be honest. And the web was ripe and young. And, web developers wanted to create some cool interactive web apps and games. And this is when Flash came into the picture. And I remember this one particular website, miniclip.com. I used to play a lot of Flash Plays games over here. If you have any nostalgia, I know this doesn't work anymore. Because while Flash was a great technology, it went against one single core fundamental principle of the web, which was to be open and accessible. And to cut a long story short, Flash support has been deprecated across all major browsers, and Adobe put a patch to it back in 2020. But here's where things get interesting. The first time, right, we ever got a framework or something of that sort was something called SMIL. synchronized multimedia integration language. I know it sounds a mouthful, but this was introduced back in 1998, and this was mainly used to animate SVGs. This was the first sort of language that we had, in order to style web pages or HTML pages. And then for the next few years, things remained pretty stagnant until 2009. I think this was around iPhone 4S release, and there was a twinkling in Steve Jobs' eye. He was like, dude, we need to make the web look cool on phones as well. But since, because of memory limitations, they couldn't really put a Flash player on an iPhone, on a Safari browser. So they released these specs for CSS animations and transitions. But, Apple being Apple, they really didn't go through a standards process or any standards committee. They just laid it out in the open. And that's how we got CSS animations and transitions. Meanwhile, the browser that we all hate, Internet Explorer, the folks in this team, they were like, dude, how can we cope up with all three of these? Now they had to support SMIL, then CSS animations and CSS transitions. So there was a state of urgency and a need of standardization as well. So this is what they came up with. They came up with something called the Web Animations API, which comprises of all three of these in one single umbrella. The Web Animations API is based on actually two key things: timing and animation, basically the when and the what. Let me give you an example. Let's assume that you have this image of a boat and you want to add a fade-in animation. So you'll define the state something like this, right? Let's say at 0 seconds, the opacity should be 20%. And after 8 seconds, this is a very lengthy fade-in transition. After 8 seconds, the opacity can be 100%. So you define these two, and now our browsers are smart enough to calculate every single position in between, in the middle. So the first one and the last one which we defined, these particular frames, these are known as key frames. Now I can't wait to jump into the editor and show you some really cool stuff, some cute cat videos maybe. I'm here on CodePen. I hope everyone can read the code. And I hope all of you are familiar with CSS animations to some extent. I'll just write some basic code. This is a CodePen that I created for, so I just have a cat over here which has 2 eyes, and I want to make sure that the cat can blink its eyes. So let's get into this. Is this mic working? Okay, this is not. So I'll scroll down. And first of all, we need to annotate, add the create keyframes and the animation name. Oh, this is working? Hello. Okay, this is working. So I'll just write, at 0%, the height should be 0%. So I'm trying to animate the eyelids. And at 50%, the height should be 100%. And at 100%, shut up, Bixby. And 100%, the height should be 0% again. And now I need to actually sync up this animation with the particular eyelid itself. So I'll just use a CSS animation property. I just defined the blink, like that's animation name and the duration, and it worked. Getting back to the presentation, I had to do this quickly. Sorry, I didn't get the chance to explain the code because we are running on a clock. And so what we just wrote right now, right? These were CSS animations, since practically we were writing CSS only. But if you notice one thing closely, we always had a start and an end state. Like what should happen when the animation is at 0%, what should happen when the animation is at 50% and 100%, that same thing. Because of this reason, they are also called state animations. But what if you want to make your cat interactive? Let's say like whenever I click on the cat's face, it should blink its eyes. Or something like this, right? So what I'm saying is like, how can we create stateless animations? So the first thing that comes to your mind is when I mentioned click, right? Anyone has any idea, by the way, how can we create something like this using like a click, like trigger the animation on a click? Exactly. The first thing, that's exactly what the Web Animations API is all about. Now let's get back to into that example again, and let's try recreating this using JavaScript. I just have 2 references, so I haven't written anything in CSS now for the animation part. I just have 2 references, one for the face and the eyelids. Now what I'll do is I'll define an array. Keyframes is equal to height 0%. I'll just do the same thing which I did over there, and then height 100%, and then back to 0% again. Now what I'll do is, since eyelids is an array, I'll just use the first one, eyelids of 0, and then I'll use the animate method. I'll pass the keyframes and then a couple of options. One is duration, and let's see. Now our cat is winking at us. It feels very weird. Let's try to fix that. Face.add event listener, I'll just add the click event which you just mentioned. So now it accepts a callback, and now I'll iterate through all of the eyelids, the left and the right one, and then I'll call that animate method again. Eyelid.animate, keyframes, and this duration is supposed to be an object, and I'll pass it as 1000 milliseconds. Let's try clicking on the cat and let's see if it works. Yeah, it worked. It's kind of like purring a cat on its head, and it's blinking its eyes. It's very cute. Now, this is a transcript of what we just wrote. But if you notice one thing closely, what basically we are doing is this calling this animate method, and we are passing keyframes and options in that one. What's interesting is that under the hood, this animate method is calling this new animation constructor. And this opens up a world of possibilities for us. And for example, you have access to all of these methods: pause, play, reverse, finish, cancel. The most interesting part is that you can do this at any given instance of time, like in the middle of an animation as well. And this is an exact code from the Web Animations API spec, that time may be shifted backwards and forwards, scaled, reversed, paused, and repeated. I know, this sounds too technical, right? You might be like, hey, Ishan, what's the big deal? It's just an API. Why are you so hyped about it? So let me try to answer that with this. How many of you are Marvel fans over here? Marvel movies, MCU. Thank God. Black Panther got released today. Why are you attending this talk? Well, I am a big Marvel fan. And a few weeks ago, I was watching this TV show called Moon Knight. And this is when one of my designer friends reached out to me. She's sitting right over there. She saw this particular scene and she was like, dude, can we recreate this in the web? And being a web guy who has been working in the web for 8 years, I was like, oh yeah, of course we can. Although I was pretty clueless, I had no idea how to do it. And this is where Web Animations API came to the rescue. I'll share the CodePen link later. I didn't get the time to actually, go through the code. But you click on Khonshu basically over here. That was one of the characters. Again, if you're a non-Marvel fan, please watch Marvel movies. You click on that and this thing happens. And now another thing, this is apple.com/macOS page. Big Sur update, this was 2 years ago. And the moment I saw this page, I was so fascinated with it. So basically the animation that you just saw, right? The moment you're scrolling down your page, this is what shows up. And I was so fascinated. I was like, dude, how did they do this? How can we create something like this? So let's try to first of all break it down. Let's see how this is happening. Let's try to create this animation over and over. So the first thing that I need is a MacBook or an image of a MacBook. So I have a PNG, and then there's another window which is coming from the top left. By window again, I mean a PNG, an image. And then there's another window which is fading in and zooming out from the bottom right. This notification panel slides in from the top right. And this thing which fades in from the bottom left. Now, if you notice one thing closely, right, this is not a single animation. These are 4 different animations, but since they are happening since all of these are happening together, it just gives you this immersive effect. So basically, this is a sequence of animations. Now, how do we recreate this? Now, as a developer, right, we can of course create this using the same thing that we just wrote, Web Animations API. But things might get little bit complicated because now you have to maintain state and all these variables and everything. Like when that particular window is right over here in 50%, then animate the next one. So it gets tricky. So what you need is you need a conductor, not the electricity one which can conduct electrons and not Tom, but someone who can play an orchestra. So like these sequence of animations. And this is where libraries like GreenSock and Motion One come into the picture. One thing that they have in common, by the way, is this timeline object. Well, now, what is this timeline object? This timeline object can accept a sequence, or that array that you saw, right, the keyframes one. It can accept a sequence of animations. It can do pretty cool things. And remember, I told you that animation constructor was super cool. This is why, because the animation constructor can actually accept 2 things. One is effect, which is keyframe effect, which we just wrote, and the second thing it accepts is a timeline. So whenever we are creating any animation, including a CSS animation or JavaScript apps animation, your browsers have access to document.timeline, which tells you the amount of time that you have spent on a particular page. You can actually go into Chrome console right now, and you can actually check this out and inspect in the console. It's pretty cool. But so by default, every animation uses the document or timeline. But GreenSock has this particular plugin called Scroll Trigger, which basically replaces the timeline with something called Scroll Trigger Timeline. And that's how you get those animations which are synchronized with your scroll bar. Now, sometimes in your products, you might want to go for a rather plug-and-play option instead of writing everything from scratch. This is where GIFs come to the rescue. But they have a lot of limitations, right? Like the file size is too high, and they always have a low resolution because they are raster-based and not vector-based. So one possible solution is using something like Lottie files, or recently there has been some hype about Rive as well. It's another thing. It's very famous in Flutter, but they are adding web support as well. That's something we can look into. These are vector-based, first of all. That means they are scalable, and they don't really take up a lot of space. It's less like you can just use a JSON SVG and you can animate those. Now, coming to the next part, we are right on time. What's next, the future? So we started back with 1987, right, with GIFs, how everything came into the picture, to SMIL, and CSS animations, and then transitions. And then we looked at the web animations API, then GSAP, and libraries like Motion 1 as well. And although there's so much more to cover, but let's just take a moment to appreciate how far we have come across, like in just last 20 or 30 years. And maybe let's just take a look at where we are headed. So this is something which was announced last year in Google I/O. So Chrome developers, they are actually working on this experimental API called the Page Transitions API. Basically, whenever you're navigating between any two pages, you can actually animate those elements. So right now, if you follow material design guidelines, if you're an Android developer, you already have access to this, but there's nothing like this on the web. And this is something they're working on. If you have Chrome 104 or later, Chrome Canary, you can actually enable this particular flag, and you can play around with this. Once this gets rolled out, adding page transitions in your application will be as simple as just adding this particular code block. You can still do this with using libraries like Frame and Motion, but it just involves a lot of manual work. And yeah, something we didn't talk about today was 3JS and WebGL. To put it in layman terms, it's like 3D animations, all those cool graphics that you see on the internet. And perhaps we can talk about this some other day, because the constraint of time we couldn't cover this. Another important thing which we didn't cover today was accessibility. I know as a web developer, whenever we see those like glitch effects or that cool lightning effect with Thor or whatever, we're like, oh dude, this is so cool. I spent so much time on this. I should just add this, right? But you should always remember the core fundamental principle is that why we are doing all of this is because of user delight, right? And at the end, you should always ensure that all of your potential users, including people with disabilities, can always have a decent user experience and are able to easily access your information. You shouldn't overdo it. Like, of course, add animations only for delight, not just because you can do it. But again, since we are short on time, maybe let's just take this up on some other day. And with that, we have reached the end. I hope it's pronounced Nandri. I had thank you over here. In case you have any questions or any feedback, please feel free to connect with me. I'll be there in the networking lodge as well, or you can connect with me on these handles. And before I go, there is one more thing. One of my friends forced me to do this. I think this is the second time I'm in Chennai. And in case you have any recommendations for good South Indian food, please scan that QR code and share those with me on WhatsApp. Thank you so much. I hope you're having a good day. Enjoy the rest of the evening.
Thanks, Ishan. Thanks a lot. So all of those web animation flashy things was really amazing. To be honest, the point where you caught my attention was when you showed the Moonlight's animation. Man, that's awesome. So thanks for all of that. Now, as we are running short of time, now let's move on to another short lightning talk wherein we talk about our sister communities. So I'd like to invite Mani, who is the organizer for Google Developer Group's Cloud Chennai, and Namrata, who is Google Developer Student Club's lead from SRM Ramapuram campus. So I'd like to hand it over to them and they'll take it up. So Mani, could you please talk about GDG Cloud Chennai and TFUG Chennai as well?
Thank you so much. So probably many of you already know. So we have the communities for different technologies. Similar to that, we have the Google Cloud community. So this comes as a part of GDG Cloud Chennai, where we have meetups on every month, and both online and offline, including hackathons and sessions. And we also go for the certification drive. So if you want to know more about that, you can go for the GDG Cloud Chennai. We are there on the Twitter. And with respect to TFUG, TFUG is a machine learning community, TensorFlow user group, and it is again been coming under the Google's ML groups, right? And we also, the communities is very young, that is one of the young community. And if you want to know more about the TensorFlows and machine learning, and there is a continuous meetups already going on, you can reach out over on the Twitter. And the one another community which I like to touch upon, which is not mentioned, which is very, very young, I would say. It is something like a Cloud Native Computing Chennai, which is coming as a part of Cloud Native Computing Foundation from Linux Foundation. It is a very young community which it is still starting up. And there is a continuous meetup is also going on. And you can go for CNC Chennai on Twitter or Cloud Native Computing on Chennai on Twitter. So it's all about the clouds and machine learning. Right? So, any questions with respect to the communities which we discussed? Right. Thank you.
So hey everyone, I'm Namrita. I'm currently in my third year at SRM IST Ramapuram, and I'm the current GDSE lead from my campus. So first of all, because we're running out of time, I'll just give a brief intro about what GDSE is. But before that, I want to know like how many here are part of GDSE team or like, okay, so I see quite a few people over here, and that's really good. And these people over here are I hope they're doing great events and empowering students from their universities. And to all those who are not part of GDSEs, you should know that you are always welcome to help out people from your campus, because GDSE people are basically gonna use Google resources to help you out. Okay, so you can always reach out to them and don't feel like you're out of it. And to those people who don't know what GDSE is, I'll give a brief introduction. So GDSE stands for Google Developer Student Clubs. So they are university-based clubs that basically help students to learn about Google technologies. And Google has so many resources in their education website. And we students learn from there. And after learning from there, we teach to the students that these are the resources available from Google and how they can learn from this and take certification. That's what Google GDSE does. And I know like there must be students here who don't know how to start a GDSE club at their campus. So they can always reach out to us, to GDSE SRM Ramapuram or other GDSEs who are here, and to GDG and WTM, any groups you can reach out to them, and we'll always help you out to how you can volunteer and you can bring a club at your campus. So for applying to GDSE, this year has been closed, but the next year you can always prepare, learn from all these organizers, and then apply for the application. And once a GDSE lead is selected from your campus, you can establish a GDSE club. If you have any more doubts, you can always reach out here. We'll be all here. Thank you.
So thanks Mani and thanks Namrita for that very quick and short introduction about the communities. So in case you guys have any doubts, please feel free to reach out to them. Now before we break out, right, there's a networking break now. But before we do that, there's a small sponsor talk which you have to do. So I'd like to call upon the sponsor. So Trisha, could you just introduce her?
They were also a GDSE lead, so I'd like to call upon Mani.
Magesh.
Sorry, Magesh. So sorry.
So Magesh leads this company called Evoltech, and they're one of our sponsors. So Magesh, you can talk about it.
Yeah, thank you. And I think at last we came to an end. We had a lot of talk sessions. And first of all, I want to congratulate every organizers as well as the volunteers. Let's give them a big round of applause to them. Okay, and let's come to the point. So I think I'm also an ex-GDSE lead, okay? So, and right now I'm a co-founder of Evoltech, and we have 3 locations all over the world. One is in Dallas, and another one is in Atlanta, and finally in Chennai. So 80% of the engineering is done in Chennai. And so what do we do? So our space is fintech, okay? So we mainly focus on fintech. So we even provided solutions to companies who supported 6,000 banking sectors in the Northern America. As well as right now we are going to revolutionize the lending life cycle of a common people in USA, which is going to be the next Stripe or whatever the payment solution that you have a big name. So we are going to also be listed into IPO as well. So we are trying to do that. But mainly So what is the biggest, difficulty in a startup, which is client, projects, money, right? But we have that. What we faced is, we don't have peoples, right-minded peoples. We are a very short lag of them. So that's why we are here sponsoring, coming to again my community, because I'm very proud of this community because I was an ex-GDSE lead. So I'm again came here in order to sponsor this DevFest and trying to get some like-minded people as well. So that's it. So I'm not gonna take a lot of time. Just apply us, and if you want to part of this company, you can able to reach out to us. Either if you have more questions, you can able to come to us the booth, or you can able to connect via LinkedIn as well. So if you want to be a part of a fintech space, as well as we want to meet some cool finance celebrities, as well as we want to get some mentors from Silicon Valleys. Yeah, we too have a lot of connections in Silicon Valleys too. We have even products running up there. So it is our main motto is in order to take unpolished gem and make them as a polished one. We have even many examples in our team as well. So a couple of young guys, I mean 20s, 19s are running $1 million products in our companies too. So if you want to become a part of a cool and challenging environment, just ping us. We are not even young. We also have people who are experienced, and we even get mentors from bigger names in the world. I can't reveal their names, but if you get into our company, let's get some cool discussions around this as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Magesh, for that. And thanks to the entire Voltech team for sponsoring us. It was really cool to see how a co-founder is, talking very casually in front of people. So cool. Thank you for that.
So do you know why your tickets were free? Why do you think your tickets were free? Why do you think you didn't have to pay for it? No one? Sponsors. Yeah, sponsors. So let's thank our sponsors, shall we?
So thanks to our sponsors, Evoltech, Yugabyte DB, Moefficient, and all the others, including Google Developer Groups. Thank you. So now it's networking break where the hall will combine. So we request all of you to go out and interact with others, have some tea, coffee, or whatever. Meanwhile, we would be combining these halls together. Right? So thanks all of you. See you again when the halls unite.